it's fantastic to be back to meet the real people, the people who were helping me in my job over.
afternoon, Audrey. We are very happy to be with you today and to have the possibility to ask you some questions about the future of data and privacy. So I will ask you first, what do you think are the main opportunities and challenges with the way in which we currently store and collect data in many of our economies today?
One of the challenge is that there's really different ideas of data at play. In Mandarin, we say 资料 or raw data if it maybe has privacy infringement possibilities, maybe it's not processed for a particular use, and so on. And we say 数据 as in something like evidence, if it is useful, if it is collected in a fair way, and also most importantly, if it is non-personal data. And so just like when you're handling with information pertaining to health, you wouldn't say that, oh, this is text. And then issues pertaining journalism, you wouldn't say, oh, that's text too. And then academic publishing, oh, that's text too. And then you ask, how do we collect text and how do we publish the text? What's the textual norms, right? Because these are really fundamentally different norms going around. So I think one of the most important things is that for each particular purpose of the use of data, we need to establish a kind of, as I mentioned, useful, non-personal data fit for that particular purpose.
And that is challenging, obviously, right? Because for every specific data flow, we should be able to know what kind of data is flowing and thereby establish a level of authentication, a level of sharing that is expected and permissions to reuse, right? Is that complicated from a technical perspective?
Not at all, because if we bring technology to the norms of the communities, instead of asking community to be disrupted by data science, then there are existing perfectly good textual norms going around. What's considered rigorous in journalism is already widely understood by journalists. What's considered rigorous in academia is widely already agreed by people on that particular field. So if we just say, oh, digital transformation is about taking the textual norms, coding so that the code and the data fit the existing textual norms, and then we will establish the kind of data coalitions and collaboratives with existing community support.
Oh, this is very interesting also because sometimes we tend to think about the digital transformation as something that is done to people, right? Or something that is imposed on specific professions. Here, what you're saying is we should make sure that technology adapts to the existing social norms and the professional norms that are behind. Well, we know that Taiwan has had an open data policy for a long time compared to many, many other countries that are still struggling with it. What lessons can be drawn from the experience in Taiwan?
In Taiwan, we believe in real-time open data that's collected upon publishing. And it's a mouthful, so we call it Open API. Case in point, in February 2020, we publish every 30 seconds the inventory of available medical grade masks in the pharmacies around Taiwan. And overnight, there's like 100 different applications, some catering to people frequenting chatbots, some of maps, some of people with seeing difficulties, and so on. There really is no way for people to build such kind of applications without real-time data that lets people check the inventory as they are queuing. Now, fast forward to this year, in 2022, April, actually at the day of the recording, exactly the same data pipeline is used to develop the rationing of rapid antigen testing. And so all of our civics sector collaborators do not need to modify most of their algorithms. They just hook to the new data pipeline about rapid testing rationing. And one of the most important things is that this allows the public service to disclaim risks, right? Because if we hold the data, we review it, we redacted it, and then the data goes wrong, then of course it's our fault. But if we just publish upon collection, then we see it the same time as you see it. And when people review that there are data bias, and there are data bias, we can then ask, okay, how would you do better? And that would be a fair question. But if we hoard the raw data, we could not actually ask that question.
Now, this is super interesting, and it goes in the direction that we try to advocate also as academics here in Europe. Handle with care, but don't handle with fear. there is a wisdom of how to handle data that is emerging. There is also emerging awareness in Europe that data can be leveraged as an essential asset in the public interest. But there's a lot of mounting fear that this would also lead to sacrificing and compromising privacy, right? And I would like to point the attention also of our audience to how Taiwan has handled the pandemic, because that is an example that is considered to be outstanding at the global level in terms of effectiveness. But my question to you, Audrey, is, did this outstanding performance require sacrifices in terms of data protection and privacy?
In terms of contact tracing, no. Taiwan does contact tracing really, really well. To date, in a country of 24 million people, there's less than, I think, 900 people dead of COVID. And that's because we eliminated the original variant, the Alpha, the Delta, and the first couple wave of Omicron. Until, of course, we all get vaccinated and boosted and so on. And now, as of today, and that's April 28th, we finally stopped venue-based contact tracing because we moved to opening to the international community. In our contact tracing, we use this idea of oblivious federated storage, where the venue never learns about your phone number, and you scan this QR code that sends an SMS to your telecom and nobody else. So your telecom only received those 15 random digits, and they learn nothing about how those digits map to the venue. Only the contact tracer can piece together those puzzles from various different places, but all their access are locked, and anyone with a phone can reverse audit whomever looking at those records in the past 28 days, which were then deleted. And so in just a few short sentences, I described this idea of privacy-enhancing technology based on something everyone understands, how SMS works, how QR code works, instead of having to explain advanced technologies, zero knowledge, zero trust, homomorphic encryption, differential privacy. People can actually verify for themselves that this is privacy preserving.
Did it take really a software programmer to become digital minister to do this? And how can other countries do if they don't want to necessarily appoint a minister that is a software programmer?
Trust your citizens. I didn't come up with the mask availability map, antigen availability map, or the contact tracing method. The G0V or Gov0 people in Taiwan look at all the digital service, something that gov.tw, and fork them, build something that G0v.tw, reusing the same open data and open API. But Gov0 always does it with open source and Creative Commons license. And so whenever it gained more legitimacy, it doesn't really threat the administration, because we can then say, oh, it's fork to merge. Let's just merge that into our public service. So trust your citizens and trust our citizens as well, because Taiwan can help.
Thank you very much. And this leads me to my next question, which is indeed about this, about the future of citizenship and democracy. What kind of digital presence and what kind of digital public space is needed in order to nurture democracy at the time in which digital technologies are considered by many as offering more attractive opportunities to authoritarian regimes than they do for democratic countries?
Yeah, I always advocated for not authoritarian intelligence as AI, but assistive intelligence as AI. My eyeglass is assistive. It's aligned to my purpose for wanting to see better rather than push notification of advertisement, I guess. And is accountable in the sense that if it shows bias, I don't have to reverse engineer it or sign an NDA and pay some license fees. I can just take it down the street for a repair person to fix that, right? So again, like SMS and QR code and the way we use that, it is appropriate technology because it's ready to be appropriated by people closest to the pain. And so the digital public spaces need to allow anyone participating in it the freedom to fork, but also the freedom to merge together. Otherwise, we'll be forced to have our town hall discussions in the digital equivalent of not public space, but private entertainment spaces like Facebook, which is like a nightclub with smoke-filling rooms, right? People have to shout to get heard, loud music, private bouncers, addictive drinks. And if we don't get consensus, maybe it's not about us, it's about that space.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Audrey, for spending some time with us and answering our questions. I want to take the opportunity, since you are here with us and your interview is being watched by an audience of policymakers and decision makers, mostly from Europe, not only from Europe, to ask you whether you have a message to send on how, in particular in Europe, we can try to nurture our democracies going forward.
Be good enough. Don't be perfect. If you are perfect, there's no room for the civil society to enter the picture. In the words of Leonard Cohen, ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There's a crack in everything, and that's how the light gets in.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Best of luck for your work, and hopefully see you soon in person in Florence or somewhere else.
Definitely, and until then, live long and prosper.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And as you can guess, I don't have a twin brother. This was a pre-recorded interview from last week, where we had the chance to ask a few questions to Taiwan's digital minister, Audrey Tang. And I think it's perhaps, and this is one of the first questions that I'll have, a general question that I have for my fellow panelists here in this session. Perhaps we saw a glimpse of a possible future, if you believe in it, or do you think reality is more complicated than that? Welcome to the State of the Union for the ones connected online. This is a session on the future of data and privacy. I will encourage very soon the participants remotely connected to start typing their questions. You can use the Q&A tab. Anyone wants to tweet, there's no restriction. Feel free to tweet as much as you want. You can use the hashtag SOU2022. I have friends, great speakers with me. My name is Andrea Renda, but you got it on screen several times, and I will only mention the fact that I teach here at the EUI, and in particular in the School of Transnational Governance, downhill in Florence. With me today, we have Mia Petra Kumpulanatri, member of the European Parliament, perhaps the one that has the deepest knowledge of the data economy in the European Parliament. It's not for you to say, it's just for me to claim. We have Francesca Bria, who is the head of the president of the Fondo Nazionale Innovazione, but she's also an academic, and she has a past also in the city of Barcelona, where you have really, and also in research terms, where you have really approached the data economy from all possible angles. So here's another data guru. Well, Stefan Verhulst, I already defined him as a data guru in a session that we had a couple of hours ago on the future of digital identity. I would actually maintain this definition. It's another guru for us. Stefan, co-founder and chief of research and development at the NYU GovLab and New York University. And we have with us Cosimo Pacciani, head of research at Poste Italiane Group Research Hub. Cosimo also, I had the opportunity to appreciate his level of competence and knowledge in this field. So I feel lucky. I don't need to do much more than this. I actually watched myself interview somebody else, so I actually were feeling pretty relaxed. Some people in the audience probably thought that at some point we would just keep watching the interview for 1 hour. No, Mia Petra, it's your turn to start working. Did we see a glimpse of the future, or did we see a glimpse of a future scenario that the EU would want to see? Where do you see the EU data strategy going? What is the underlying ambition? What is the underlying vision, in your opinion?
Well, thank you for being able to participate here, and great to have some greetings from outside also to Europe, and not necessarily only from China or USA, but seeing a lot happening in the different parts of the world, which is important. For the Europe, I think we have to unleash the potential of the data, because we are quite good in the industry. We are good on the industrial data. There is a lot of data already by the sensors. And my engineer friends always say, what are you doing? There has been sensor data for decades, so why you talk now about the IoT, and now you talk about the data economy? So thanks a lot for the politicians and academic. They give the new titles for the existing world. But now data is coming too much of the center to the policies and to the economy to not to be forgotten. So I see that we need some governance for the data, we need some rules for the data, as we do have rules to keep the market economy living. So the maybe number one challenge is that we do have too many monopolies and the economics is not functioning the way it should to maximize the innovations and to maximize economic benefits for the Europe as well. So tackling the monopolies is one way, and there is a platform regulation that we have innovated and done. But then because data is taking place everywhere, we need rules also for the privacy. The GDPR is spreading the world, the Brussels effect is good there. And now then the next step is that what to do good. So also regulate for the good, so that more innovations will come. So the DGA, the Data Governance Act, could give one way to share the data with the trusted intermediators. So without monopolies, you could work on the different fields of the life, like now the health database. So bringing it back to the markets or the multiplayer system, you have several actors. They all working on the health sector could be part. Not only that the data will be concentrated in one monopoly who will then leash what they want. So I think this is the core for the idea that everybody, as much as possible, innovators, investors, companies, public sector to be part of this one. Not the way that you centralize the data somewhere and that is giving the bits and pieces you want to give for the other parts. So the Data Act the Commission gave will now then to tackle also that who will have the access when you have to share the data. Think about the transport. If you don't share the data, it's very hard to two cars to meet. So this kind of regulation and rules should not be a taboo, but then to create a data economy and system. I finished with saying that last mandate already we talked about the digital single markets. What I had from the Taiwan is to talk about the society. And I'm also happy that COVID made us think of the society, not only the markets, because we live in the communities, cities, and it's not only the markets we live in the societies. So the digitalization can be turned for the good, and data can be done on the way that respects our values, but gives us a much better services than we had before the COVID, for example.
Thank you very much, Mia Petra. And yes, centralization is certainly the current moment with data, right? We see a lot of concentration of data in a few hands. Perhaps Stefan will talk a little bit about asymmetries in data in a few minutes. Commissioner Breton actually was quite adamant and explicit about this last year when he declared publicly that the Commission estimates that over 90% of the data generated by Europeans and European companies are currently in the hands of a fistful of non-European companies and indeed US-based corporations or tech giants. So it's even if we manage to somehow repatriate those data to Europe, and in particular for industrial data, this seems to be quite important to preserve control of production chains and so on. The problem of centralization will still remain. So not only we have to try and produce and keep as much as possible the data in Europe, but we also might want to choose different governance forms for data and perhaps more decentralized data. And here I come to one of the researchers first, and now in general the experts that have worked quite intensively on decentralization. So this is actually for you to tell us, take out your crystal sphere, and is the future of data decentralized?
Great. So first of all, great to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to start by reassuring Audrey, because she ended her talk saying, do not be perfect. And I think there is absolutely no danger to that.
No risk.
At least there are many places where this is absolutely not a risk. But I understand that she was intended to say this in terms of we need to leave open spaces for democratic participation, for devolving power back to the people, and rethinking a societal, institutional dimension. And so I want to say, like, before getting to decentralization, that for me, data is not at all a technical subject. So usually when you sit in these panels, you're just going to go and talk about interoperability and how do we move data across clouds, privacy, ethics, security by design, open data, all of that. This is all great, but this is not what we should be discussing about. I think that in how we are going to govern the digital economy and data, and of course artificial intelligence, we have a stake regarding the future of healthcare, the future of education, the future of public space, the future of work. So it is really about the design and the democratic governance of our society, our institutions. How we're going to design them, who set the rules, who decide on what, and are we people, citizens, of course also companies and civil society, part of the decision. I think this is the big overarching framework. And I also want to say, so we have to then start talking about data in a lot of different sectors involving the big issues that citizens are worried about today. Energy prices, the future of labor, how do we live in a society together, what's the future of our cities, are we fighting climate change? Those are the questions. It is not about technology. I think this is a good point, an important point for me to make. The other question, I think, for Europe, which I would like to make, is that, of course, Europe is becoming really kind of good when it comes to regulation. And I want to say that we should not look at regulation as hindering innovation. For me, there is good regulation that can enable the next wave of innovation, which is more fair, that respects people's rights, and that is, better for the public interest. And so let's get rid of this regulation stifle innovation, because I think that's not true. And it was said before, we have a problem with the hyper-concentration of industrial power and market power and an unprecedented dominance. So this is a big question. But I think while I'm pretty happy when it comes to Europe as a super regulatory power, meaning Europe is advancing a new constitution for the digital age, with the Data Act, with the Digital Service Act. By the way, congratulations. This is really important piece of regulation. The Digital Market Act, the AI Act is a set of regulation which is really a new constitution, and the GDPR, of course, I think it's going to become a standard globally. So it's not going to be only about Europe. I hope it's going to spread globally and gets adopted. So this is all good, I think. But where I'm less happy is about Europe competing on science and innovation. I think, in my perspective, we do need our own digital champions. We do need our own tech capacity. We do need to compete at a scientific and innovation level globally. Because at the end, otherwise, we will end up asking, please, the giants from abroad that, of course, own all these digital infrastructures and data, mainly based in the US and China, to please adapt to our regulation. Of course, enforcement may be possible, but we have seen with the GDPR how this is difficult. And I think we do need an innovation ecosystem with technology made in Europe that embeds these fundamental values and principles and change the business model. So I will get, to the answer that I think decentralization will be the future, but what are we decentralizing? And I think for me, it is not enough to decentralize the infrastructure only. So when we're talking about Web3, a lot of things about decentralizing parts of the layers of the infrastructure. Data infrastructures are more decentralized, but are we decentralizing the value chain? Are we decentralizing the value layer? Meaning, are we creating public value out of this data? I think this is the question that we should be asking. And while I think there is a possibility to also include in data spaces and in the future of data, decentralized and privacy-enhancing infrastructures, I think we are not doing a very good job in decentralizing the value. meaning, giving back the value to the people that are producing the data. And this can be the citizens, or can be the startups, or can be the smaller companies, or can be society at large. So just to end the first intervention, for me there are two points that are really interesting in the Data Act. One part is, what do we do to make possible that for the public interest, we have business to society data sharing? And I've been working a lot on this topic at a city level, and thank you for saying this is not just an industry problem. This is really about who collects and access and can use the data about climate change in order to make our cities more efficient, our cities greener, in order to decentralize the way we produce energy. These are fundamental data that we need to be able to use in order to tackle the big challenges of our society. So who owns and controls this data? And do we have a democratic governance model, like a data trust? And can we decentralize the way that value is produced? So for me, let's try to find a way where we don't have to have only mandatory use like data sharing, but we can get to a point where the private data gets in the public interest, and then citizens as well and society at large gets the benefit for the data sharing. So yes, the fundamental rights, but also data sharing for the public interest.
Okay, then thank you, Francesca. I will have a follow-up question for you later, because when you talk about Europe should have digital champions, I saw some people in the audience say, whoa, 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 what's that? And is this like the big corporations European style, or is this like the companies that, for example, with Fondo Nazionale Innovazione, you nurture on a daily basis and maybe are much smaller, and they are part maybe of a more fragmented in the positive sense, pluralistic structure in the market. But maybe we'll get to this later, because I think your answer is a perfect invitation to. Sorry, I will need to put it back. It's a perfect invitation to Stefan, who's been studying extensively, also advising EU institutions on how to liberate data, right? And there are provisions in the data strategy and in the recent Data Act on the sharing of data from businesses to government, which go way beyond the voluntary data altruism, but they actually are structured procedures for government to get access at regulated conditions, and in certain cases at zero cost, from the private sector to engage in activities in the public interest. So do you think that kind of imposition or regulation is needed? And again, if you want to comment on the decentralization and the data asymmetries, obviously we don't expect anything less than that, Stefan.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the question, and thanks to Francesca for clearly setting the stage here on the importance of having access to data, especially data that resides within the private sector, and how can we actually unlock it for public interest purposes. And of course, that's one of the areas that I've been focusing on quite a lot. But I also want to piggyback on what Audrey was saying, and I wished I could actually recite a poem just to, as Audrey was doing at the end, just to make my point, but I didn't find the right poem at the moment. But I think the key message of Audrey, I think what she was saying was that it's really about collaboration, right? And it's really about those that have data versus those that need data, and that's where the asymmetry resides. And I think we do have a massive data asymmetry in society between those that have data and those that need data, and we really need to establish new collaborative kind of environments in order to deal with those asymmetries. But it's also between collaboration between those that have the expertise and those that need the expertise as well. So it's not just about having access to data as well. And so that's something, as mentioned, that I've been focusing on the last few years, really thinking about what are those new kinds of partnership models, which I call data collaboratives, which are kind of public-private people partnerships that we need in order to actually unlock those data that is already collected that we then can reuse for other purposes. Because the value, talking about the value chain of data, the real value is actually about reusing data, right? Not about collecting more data, but it's really about reusing data in a responsible way for other purposes than initially collected, and that can happen with data collaboratives. Now, the real problem with data collaboratives is, of course, how to do this in a systematic, sustainable, and responsible way. Because we have plenty of pilots with regard to data collaboration, and I can point to a graveyard with 100 pilots that never have scaled, right? And we have, of course, massive concern when we talk about accessing data that was collected for a particular purpose and then using it for another purpose. And so the real challenge for Europe is how do we stimulate data collaboration in a systematic, sustainable, and responsible way. And there are a few elements that need to be in place, and I will come to the Data Act in a second. The first element that needs to be in place in order to make it more systematic is that we actually have to really express the demand for data in a more pronounced way. Too often, we have a discussion about, I need access to data, but then they don't explain what the purpose is for which they need access to the data. And as a result, it actually doesn't scale. There is actually privacy concerns related to not being able to express the purpose. And so we need to really strengthen the demand for data, which means that we have to become more sophisticated on what are the questions that matter to society for which we need data for. And it turns out, as a society, we are extremely bad in formulating questions. And I've been arguing publicly that in order to complement data science, we need question science. We need really hone in on what are the questions that matter, for which we then need data. And so if you talk about the future of data, I would say the future of data depends on the questions that we seek to answer in society, because that will then stimulate what is the kind of data, including industrial data, that we actually need access for as well. The second aspect, from my point of view, is that we need a new profession to really stimulate that kind of public-private people partnerships, because it's not easy to structure that, and there are multiple ways of doing so. And we really need a profession that can understand what's the best way, given the purpose, to structure that kind of access. And it's not just one way. Data trust is a possible way, but there are many other possibilities that needs to be in place. And so that's where we need a new profession, which I call data stewards, that can actually steward the data, especially within the private sector, steward the data that they have for other purposes, right? Quite often, I get asked, because we do a lot of work with the private sector, on who should I talk to in the private sector for their data. I have a great question that I need their data for. And most of the time I have to say, good luck finding out who you should talk to, because there is no dedicated profession or function right now within the private sector and also the public sector that actually has a mandate to think about reuse. And absent that kind of human infrastructure, human layer, it's going to be very hard to get this going. Third, very quickly, element was do need new governance structures, right? And that also includes, for instance, streamlining data sharing agreements, coming up with new kinds of actually agreements that rapidly can provide access. Look at what happened with COVID-19. COVID happened, we needed access to data. It took 6 months to have access to data. In the meantime, thousands of people died because we couldn't figure out how to actually protect people from certain areas that might have high prevalence of COVID, for instance. So we need to do better, because it's not just a nice to have, as we have seen, it's something that quite often determines life or death as well if we don't have access to data rapidly. And then lastly, there's a lot more, but I'm gonna stop here and then quickly reflect on the Data Act in a second. Lastly, we also need a new social license. Consent, from my point of view, is very flawed when it comes to reuse of data, right? Consent is about, I give consent for the purpose of which it was collected. And now we want to reuse it, right? So how are we then dealing with consent in that concept? I think consent is a bedrock, but it's not working well. So we need a new social license where we actually have the public participate about what are the kinds of questions we need data for, under what conditions, and that can happen ideally in a city context or at a local context where you actually can have those kinds of deliberations. So in New York, for instance, we created something called the Data Assembly, which is a citizens' assembly around the reuse of data, where we actually try to establish that social license for actually using data for other purposes in the city as well. Now, the Data Act is indeed great progress, right? Because it, first of all, acknowledges that there is a public interest in private sector data, and more importantly, it goes beyond the GDPR, which really tries to prevent misuse, right? And here, the Data Act tries to prevent misuses of data, right? Saying that we acknowledge if we don't get our act together, we actually will have an opportunity cost, as was mentioned by Francesca, in not being able to access data for public interest purposes. And so the business to government data sharing clauses clearly provide a mandate, right, which I think is a step forward for exceptional causes. And that's where I think I have a little bit of a challenge. First of all, what is an exceptional clause and who will determine that, given the fact that the Data Act doesn't really provide for new institutions to figure this out, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a procedure that is needed, but I think we need actually a new kind of institutional procedure to figure out what is exceptional. And from my point of view, it needs to go beyond exceptional to a large extent. It has to be about public interest, right? As Francesca was mentioned. And the second challenge, coming back to my previous remarks, is that what I think the Data Act, and again, great progress, right? No critique there. But I think what the Data Act also fails to do is to actually recommend this new function, the data stewardship function. Because now there's a mandate, right? And it says now public sector can knock on the door of the private sector and ask access to data. The question that I have, who are they going to ask if there is no function, right? And it's going to be too easy to basically point to each other and never come to a conclusion. And so there needs to be a point of contact that is recommended. You could even mandate it. I wouldn't recommend that, but there has to be a point of contact, a data steward, that actually has the mandate and the responsibility to respond to solicitations. And that is currently absent in the Data Act from my point of view. I'm going to stop here.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. Very, very comprehensive, and I think we had lots of food for thought there. And indeed, one of the key problems in the Data Act and the Data Governance Act is that they are extremely ambitious because they are portraying a society and a governance and a set of governance arrangements which are extremely different from what exists in the reality today. So it's not like what type of regulation that sort of consolidates an existing trend, right? It's rather the other way around. It's rather turning the tide on something that so far in 3 decades of World Wide Web has led to the concentration that Mia Petra was talking about. So it is indeed an attempt to create new structures, institutions, and modes of compliance and enforcement that where there is no obvious spontaneous development. So even in the local pilots and experiments that have been done with B2G data sharing in various cities, including Barcelona, but also many others, indeed the final solution, the findings were that where there's, when one only relies on spontaneous data sharing, what you normally get is insufficient data, bad quality data, lack of interoperability, difficulties of looking into the data, difficulties into really squeezing out what could be useful for the public interest from the data. And so whether we need regulation and a public intervention for this, I think it's a key question. I think both of you seem to be quite, and I think Mia Petra as well, quite positive in this respect. Now, you also said companies need to do their share, right? And it's difficult sometimes to know exactly in a company who is on top of the data that are available, who can help and contribute in the public interest from a company or responding to questions about what to do with the data. So this leads me to Cosimo, obviously, because it's true that if we want to build what sometimes is called a digital public infrastructure, or what Audrey calls a digital public space, where, and as Francesca was saying, you know, and also Stefan, different stakeholders, different actors contribute in the public interest into the flourishing data economy. Corporations are a key element, right? So how are data being processed in your company, in Poste Italiane? What are you doing, and how is the transition in regulatory terms creating opportunities for you?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. And today, interesting enough, is 160th anniversary of Poste Italiane. We celebrate 160 years of operation. So imagine how much data we have in 160 years of history. We gathered about the Italian society and economy. I would say, I think the point you're raising, and I would like to touch base on what was said before on the interview, is really about what is the use of data. And I would like to maybe to focus a bit more on the other aspects about data and the users, because I think, for example, if you look at the experience of Poste Italiane, we have it's quite a big conglomerate. We have any kind of operation. We have postal services, insurance, banking operations, payments, you name it. It's a company offers a lot of services to the Italian society and its clients. We have roughly 25 million clients. So in some extent, we represent, as you can imagine, there's quite a lot of information we have available. I think for me, and also talking about my past experience in other institutions, because I also manage mostly financial market and credit risk data, mostly structured and unstructured data all my life. I think the focus from a lot of corporates is reaching from data or availability of data to what you're doing about the data, how you're building, let's say, algorithms or processes around data, where you can start to understand how to extract value and information that becomes decision making. Because everything generates data, anything. Before you heard a beeping noise, I had to switch it off because my young daughter, she learned how to geolocate me. So every time I'm traveling, she wants to see where I am. But together with my daughter...
I thought it was the other way around.
No, she's still young for that. She's still 10 years old, so thanks God, I don't need to check on her yet. But
very good parent.
Yes, yeah. But the interesting point I was thinking just now when this happened, the same kind of information is used by, for example, Google to tell me that nearby there's a good restaurant, or by the app that I have installed on my iPhone to tell me that maybe here somebody has Omicron. I hope not. I didn't receive any message from, what's the name, the Italian app telling you if you have been in touch with people with the COVID. Immuni, thank you. And so in some sense, I was thinking that everything generates data and information, but then when you look from a business perspective, I think we moved one step forward. I can see my experience in Post in other companies where I worked. It is really about, with all this universe of information I have, obviously inside the boundaries, and we go back, I'll speak later about regulatory constraints, etc. Inside the boundaries, then what happens, what is more relevant for companies, data scientists, is to understand what are the patterns, and therefore to be able to derive decisions that not based on the fact that I always say to people, we're not going to check on you personally. We are very interested in aggregation of data, understanding all the patterns, therefore we can help the decision-making process. At the same time, there is a big issue is that obviously people are concerned about that. So what we do from a business perspective, obviously we manage the controls and the compliance with the regulation, we protect the data, we anonymize them. At the same time, going to the point, I think in the future what is going to happen in general data markets is going to be similar to what already happened in the financial market side, because financial markets data is out there. You have a Bloomberg or any of these suppliers or Reuters, the information is the same for everybody. You know the trends, what is happening in the markets. Then when you do, the difference is the algorithm, is what you do with this information, and this is where the trick is. So I can see that, for example, regulators, they concentrate a lot on data protection, geolocation on data, where it's kept. In our past job, we had a huge headache because we realized that data was stored in a particular country where we didn't have legal immunity, so we had to negotiate a contract for a long time to be sure the data was stored in, let's say, legal-friendly country for a specific purpose. But at the same time, then, I can see on the industry and the corporates, also in companies that are managing data for decision-making, there are two aspects are prevailing. One is looking more at how you filter this information, and therefore is where competition is, because some people are much better than others to, Google will tell me maybe better restaurant than Bing, the Microsoft search engine, just to give an example. At the same time, so it's used for this reason, at the end it's going to be, the more you have shared data, the more, this is where the game is. And this is where I think from a competition point of view, and also from a democratic point of view, let's put it this way, the problem is, because then this is where you can really drive behaviors, and you can see also some cases recently. Interesting enough, 4 years ago, the Fed of Atlanta made a big conference only about algorithm regulation and algorithm management in the field of high-frequency trading of financial markets. But I think it was very interesting to see that the focus was not about where I get information, because financial markets is there, but then how filter and I use it. So for example, in a current company we're working now in other companies, we put much more emphasis on this aspect. And at the same time, I think is also, I can see that what is another aspect, and maybe it's not very, well known to some extent. For example, in a lot of businesses, the accuracy and homogeneity of data is also a very important aspect, because you can have all the data you want, but then you have to be able to standardize it and make it homogeneous for your purposes. Financial data are much more homogeneous than the other, so I think the struggle is also there. What is the data relevant for me as a citizen, and what is the data relevant for me as a business customer? And in terms of homogenization of information, I think this is where there is another aspect. And the more the data is accurate in reality, the more it's becoming useful for decision making. I'll give you an example with the insurance companies. The fact that the information I have is accurate, pretty much about your car, how many times you have an accident, you have a fine, etc. This is helping me to provide you a better premium. Therefore, it may save money. At the same time, not only you, but everybody around you, because I can improve my stats and my statistics that, as you know, on actuarial businesses are important. Obviously, inside the boundaries of, all the regulation to protect data and citizens.
Cosimo, you said something that really provoked a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Well, many things, okay. But you said data should be available to everybody, and the algorithms make the difference, right? So my question is, imagine that we impose more, say, open access to data in the possession of corporations. So try to release, and so the current concentration that we've seen, that has been mentioned also beginning with Mia Petra's presentation. Do you think the market will then move on to competing into with more proprietary AI systems then? And so would this shift the market power from the data aggregation to basically the resources available to invest in the most powerful algorithms?
I think in some areas it's already happening. In the financial world it's already happening. I think the shift is already happening between the data itself, but to having better algorithms than your competing company, etc. I don't know if it's I think for me the shift is happening. Nevertheless, it's important to be sure that there is a capacity to share specific kind of data, and also, but then the difference is really how you filter. I'll give you another example from my career. When I was a head of risk and compliance for Royal Bank of Scotland with the financial crisis, and we had to manage 340 billion of assets. And the government asked, the UK government, 57 fields of data for 340 billion of assets. So imagine the amount of information. This on day one in which we enter into this rescue program. At the end, the mix of data can be structure, address, ownership, region in the world, any kind of information about a loan or about a mortgage, about a bond. After 5 years, we had to provide them 5 pieces of information for each asset. Only 5 instead of, no, there were 67 instead of 67, 5 pieces of information. Because we explained to them that all the other data were not relevant for them, apart from these 5, to derive a decision. And it's precisely, I think, what is up, as I said at the beginning, I think it happened a lot into the financial industry, where in other areas, I think it's really about the capacity to distinguish the signal from the noise. And is an effort, for example, I can see we also do in the company working now. Talking about COVID, we launched the COVID vaccination platform in Lombardy and other Italian regions. And at the end, in order to do that, we had to collect, sanitize, protect data of citizens. But at the end, the purpose was to allow people to know where was the closest vaccination center, etc. And you don't need to have all the information about the individual. You just need to have 2 or 3 elements to help the person to find the closest vaccination center, the right time, and also to have the companies distributed.
Thank you, Cosimo. I think, Francesca, you might want to react to this. I wanted to open the floor to questions and collect perhaps, let me just get a sense of who wants to ask a question in the audience. And I know that there's 1 and 2 people that want to ask questions. And then maybe I'll ask Lucia, who's our co-moderator, who's hiding somewhere, to make herself visible and come and tell us who online has asked questions. We see this here, but I'd like Lucia's role to become visible. So I'd like her to participate also in our discussion. So Lucia, who's asking questions from
Yes, so we have 2 questions from the audience, from 2 Tommasos. The first is from Tommaso Angioni, and he's asking if you think that the GDPR guarantees efficient protection of citizens' data, and if the European regulation must make changes to ensure protection that can evolve in parallel to technology.
So I would collect now the 2 questions. I think, here, Antonio, please introduce yourself and ask a question. There's one on the back as well.
Yes.
To be collected.
Hi, my name is Antonio Manganelli. I work at LUMSA University in Rome and the Italian Ministry of Economic Development. And no, my question is based more or less on your last comment. So I think somehow still there is, in order to create value from data, there is still the need of some degree of centralization, which can be done by an aggregator or a subject having a very performant AI tool, which in most cases the 2 subjects are the same at the moment, and still some aggregation, some coordination is needed, some centralization or a very strong coordination, which of course the strength of this coordination must be higher, the higher the number of people that have to be coordinated. So I think this is one point. To create value, still there is some need of centralization. Of course, what we are mainly talking about also in the previous panel is about who's doing that, whether a public subject or a private subject, which of course can make a big difference also in terms of the value that create and how this value is indirectly returned to the... The last comment is just that I think I very agree with Francesca Bia. The very point in the decentralization is how the value of the data created is allocated across the value chain of data. So I think it's very important the empowerment of consumers, of users, in the valorization of their own data. And for this, I think one of very important piece of legislation, which is not talked about like the other, is the Data Governance Act, which creates the data intermediaries, which can increase the bargaining power of the users, their asymmetry information, and in this way can reshare in the value chain. So what is
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. We're going to collect the last question with the prayer to be as concise as possible there in the back. Yes, please introduce yourself, and I guess you're going to have to sprint a little bit because otherwise... Okay, thank you.
Hi, Elaine Fye, Professor, City University of London. I suppose I find the panel is absolutely fascinating, but it's a strikingly uncritical reflection upon the place of Europe in the world. I'm an Irish American living in London, and I've had emails from Google and Facebook telling me that my account has been moved to the laws of California since Brexit. The UK is now proposing a bonfire of the GDPR. China has taken the GDPR and still has social tracking I mean, you know, the list is endless. The DMA looks like an extremely raw deal for big tech. I mean, what makes you think that the Brussels effect is the future? The person in Taiwan even sounded perhaps even more positive than you also in this. I mean, the way I see it is that it's a very dangerous space to be in. We live in an era when big tech is now being bought by Elon Musk. Do you really think that the place of the future is in fact European regulation?
Very good. Okay, we got a set of questions and comments, and I am pretty sure that since we have our panelists ready to shoot, I'm sure. I don't know, maybe I'll end with Mia Petra.
She's just gonna reply to everything.
I was thinking whether Francesca, Francesca, you have to promise me that you'll be concise and then you continue arguing at the end. But I think I like it. It's great. So please go ahead. 1 minute if possible,
I think
Francesca.
Maybe just the last provocation. I want to also be provocative and say we have two elephants in the room here. I think one is, are we moving away from big tech surveillance capitalism business model? I think that's what we actually should be discussing a little bit more. Because I don't think we're doing a favor to humanity if we're incentivizing all the time, we talk about data, this data bulimia. And then we're incentivizing the need for tracking and monitoring and producing value on predictive modeling about what people should be doing, which can, by the way, hinder very much democracy in a world where we have a high concentration of power in the hands of very few players, and in a world where Elon Musk is actually buying Twitter, which is supposedly being the public sphere. So that's what we don't like in Europe. We do want to have a public democratic sphere. So we want to have a place where public deliberation, where democracy can happen, and when people, when decide, for example, in elections, they're not, being manipulated and marketed, and their data is not being, monetized for profit. And that's the point. So the point, and I think it connects to the Digital Service Act, because in my view, it is pretty clear that disinformation, fake news, conspiracy theories are not so much a problem of technology. They are the problem of the business model. So if we are going in commercial platforms that have to monetize and manipulate personal information and data because that's the business model, we're gonna get that negative externalities. So I think we need public infrastructures for democracy, and we need to govern big tech in a way that society can benefit. So I think I can even pause here, but I think this is a massive challenge.
You're going to have to, because
I mean, this is actually a massive challenge, because you have to shift, actually here you have to shift the power relations that we have out there.
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah.
It's a huge paradigm shift, and it's a very ambitious endeavor. So I go to Stefan also. Please help me in being as concise as possible. You're on 2 panels today, so that's luxury. And
Well, first of all, I totally agree with Francesca, of course, is that one of the massive problems, which we didn't touch upon as much because it's a problem on its own right, is this surveillance capitalism, and it's really about using data for influencing people in a way that they have no control about, right? And whether it's psychological operations or whatever during elections and so on, and I think that obviously should be, tackled, right?
During war.
And so on. But at the same time, I think too often the data automatically stops there. It's all about big tech. From my point of view, big tech is just the top of the iceberg, and we have a lot more data by a lot more corporations. Every corporation or every organization, not only corporation, that has undergone a digital transformation has become a data organization, right? And so by discussing only big tech, we forget that massive kind of data that is also asymmetric, and also, I'm not saying that they are using it for instance, behavioral purposes, but we do need to have access to the data for other purposes as well. And I think that's what we shouldn't forget while tackling big tech as well. And I think we do need to come up with new kinds of club good models as well, right? So for instance, so that you actually can share data among different parties as well. And I'm going to stop here because Andrea gets very nervous.
No, I don't get that nervous, but the thing is that the clock is ticking and we have to finish in 2 minutes. So, Cosimo, I can ask you to be telegraphic. I want to leave some space for Mia Petra, who spoke a long time ago. And so, whether you have comments on the questions that were asked.
Yes, to conclude maybe on my side, short, I think the GDPR question we had also from the audience is that the privacy was a concern and there is a try to regulate. Did we succeed? Not at all. to make in the perfect world, as we started, we tried to make a perfect. I was a part of the DigiPower investigation carried on together with the professors and then the Finnish Sitra, the think tank. And I had my mobile studied where the data was taking. I was asking at the same time the companies along the GDPR rules, and then they investigated where my data is, and it's everywhere in the world, and it's incredible, and how they can analyze how much time did it take to write it in between the two letters, what my mood was, where I was using it, the pictures of the surroundings where I was, and then that data was broken, the brokers took it globally in a seconds and so much, and it was only few programs I was using with a fake mobile and then comparing to my own. So yes, it's not there, but at least we have understanding, and that's what I think and call for. The my data idea, the having an understanding and transparency is the first step to have the power pack to the society. So very good that you mentioned also the Data Act. I'm negotiating it in the Parliament, so thanks for all the hints. I will write down and look it again. So, but there is of course lot to prove improvements why we can do it. But there is two parts. There is one, this business to governance, which for me tells that it is whatever the private or business actor is creating the data, there needs to be societal goods where we want to steer our society, and it must be in the hands of the citizens and democratic ways. What value are important for us for the future society? Democracy, yes. Then we need some data back. The Green Deal, we need some data back. But there is also this business to business, and that is also what makes it difficult. Stefan mentioned that actually all the middle-sized European companies, they don't even want to open the data for the SMEs too. So you can find this hierarchy of the size. So I think that will be more dramatic that people would think that when we really start steering that you should give up your data, and at the same time it's hard for one company. I don't know if Post Italy is really to open every data it has for the smaller players, for the competition. So there we need really cool-headed politicians to do the market economy to come back.
Thank you, Mia Petra. As you've seen, we could continue for hours, okay? So you can continue with us, but after the end of this panel, I would ask you to join me in a big applause for these speakers. I think it's an all-stars game when it comes to data. And see you around at the State of the Union in the other panels. So thanks a lot for attending.
It's fantastic to be back, to meet the real people, the people who were helping me in my job over the last 2 years when the communication was so difficult. This morning I received a lot of inspirative ideas. The rule of law principle is one of the pillars of the EU, because EU is not a single market, it's also the union of values, and one of the values is indeed the rule of law principle, which has to be respected by all of us, including the Commission. So we had an important debate. I received a lot of good advices how to continue. And you speak about political dialogue. For me, the dialogue is the first one, which has to continue.
welcome to this panel at the 2022 edition of the State of the Union. My name is Franka Feisel. I am a PhD researcher in law here at the EY, and I'm a coordinator of the civic engagement initiative Ponte Europa, Bridging Academia and Civil Society. I'm delighted to introduce today's panel, Deliberate, Taking Stock of the Conference on the Future of Europe. The Conference on the Future of Europe, or short COFI, is a unique exercise in supranational participatory democracy. 800 randomly selected citizens from all EU member states came together, both amongst themselves and with representatives of the EU institutions, of member states, of members of national citizens panels, and civil society organizations. And together, they developed a set of recommendations for the EU across a lot of pressing policy areas. The COFI is a one-year process, which will come to its end in the next days, on the 9th of May. So our stock-taking exercise during this panel today is really a topical one. And for this, I have with me three amazing speakers. So first to my right, I have Claudia Schwalisch, who is a coordinator of the Innovative Citizens Participation Network at the OECD, and as such, a renowned expert on participatory democracy. She's also a member of the advisory board of the Federation for Innovation and Democracy Europe, or short FIDE. Next, I have with me, right from the engine room of the COFI, so to say, Gaetan Rekanihul, who is from the European Commission side, a member of the Common Secretariat of the Conference on the Future of Europe. And we're particularly grateful that you took the time to join us today, Gaetan, in these very busy days running up to the end of the COFI. Third, we have with us Max Steuer, who is an assistant professor in politics and law at the Comenius University Bratislava and at Jindal Global University. But more importantly, for today's purposes at least, he was also randomly selected as one of the citizens that participated in the COFI. And he will talk to us today from a citizen's perspective. I would also like to warmly greet our audience, both in the room and online. For those of you who are participating via the digital platform, please submit your questions for the Q&A, which we're going to have at the end of our panel using the Q&A tab. And last but not least, please tweet about the exciting discussions, which we're going to have using the hashtag SOU2022. Now, before we delve into our discussion, I would like to give the floor to Francesco Gazzetti, who is the chair of the Europe Committee of the Tuscan region, and who will give us some opening remarks. For the people following us online, you can find an English translation in the chat and subtitles for YouTube, because Signore Gazzetti will speak in Italian. A lei la parola, Signore Gazzetti.
Buon pomeriggio a chi vedo qua in presenza e a tutte e tutti coloro che ci seguono in streaming. È per me un onore aprire questo panel, sia per il tema che affronterete, ma anche perché segna l'avvio di un importante lavoro di dialogo e approfondimento che, come Consiglio regionale della Toscana, guidato dal presidente Antonio Mazzeo, di cui vi porto il saluto, e come Commissione per le politiche europee del Consiglio che presiedo, porteremo avanti insieme all'Istituto Universitario Europeo di Firenze. È un rapporto prezioso, al quale teniamo moltissimo e che, ne siamo certi, ci arricchirà reciprocamente. La nostra Commissione, di cui fanno parte i vicepresidenti Giovanni Galli e Anna Paris, e le commissarie e i commissari Valentina Mercanti, Massimiliano Pescini, Andrea Vannucci, Fausto Merlotti, Irene Galletti, Marco Stella e Gabriele Veneri, dedicherà un approfondimento anche alla conferenza sul futuro dell'Europa, e dunque gli stimoli che arriveranno dalle vostre riflessioni saranno quanto mai utili e significativi. Sono sempre più convinto, infatti, che il tema della partecipazione e del coinvolgimento delle nostre comunità e di ciascuno di noi sia questione fondamentale per il rafforzamento della nostra casa comune europea. Ecco perché, ringraziandovi per l'attenzione, auguro davvero buon lavoro a tutti voi e a tutti noi. Grazie.
Grazie, signore Gazzetti. Grazie mille. Now let's delve into the first topic of our discussion. A good 5 months ago, the European University Institute, and actually this very room, hosted the citizens of the European Citizens Panel 2 on European values, rights, rule of law, democracy, and security. And I think it's safe to say that the European Citizens Panels were something of the participatory centerpiece of the coffee. So Max, as a citizen participant, how did you experience the citizens panels? And would you say the process was designed in a citizen-friendly way?
Many thanks, Franca, and many thanks for the invitation. It's nostalgic to come back to this room where actually my subgroup of the ECP deliberated and developed its recommendations. And I think, first of all, that there was a sense of a genuine commitment on the side of the organizers, primarily the Common Secretariat, but also the deliberation group, which helped with the facilitation to put the panel members center stage, to make them, so to speak, the source of the recommendations that are then put forward to the plenary of the conference. And I think the ECPs have gone a long way in facilitating three cultures which are very important for democracy today: the culture of learning, the culture of openness, and the culture of justification. But in each of these areas, I think they could have also gone a little bit further. So very briefly, the culture of learning is the idea that knowledge is essential for democracy. And I think the participating panel members have discovered that and have highlighted that in the process of their deliberations. And in this process, the EU institutions themselves also showed their human face, that these are not just some kinds of mechanical structures, but these are actually composed of real people who have their preferences, but who also work to tackle the challenges of contemporary times. Now, certainly we might get to later on some challenges with this culture of knowledge tied, for example, to the involvement of experts or to the time that was available for deliberations. Now, when it comes to the culture of openness, this is the idea that everyone's voice needs to be heard, that all panel members are respected when the deliberations unfold. I think this was very strongly present, and this has facilitated what we could call a holistic approach to values in the final outcome from the ECP, that values are seen as interconnected. There is no democracy separately from the rule of law, from human rights, and in fact, a separated conception of values is the starting point for illiberal democracy and for similar kinds of misconceptions. So this was very strong in the ECP. At the same time, there are issues with the culture of openness. First of all, the fact that European citizens could only participate. Right? So if you look, for example, at the Ukrainian Europeans who are fighting for the values of Europe today, they could not participate in the ECP. Also, minority voices were, to a certain degree, underrepresented. And if you look at the recommendations that were not adopted by the ECP, you can see some of the most minority-regarding recommendations have not passed the threshold in the final vote. Very briefly on the culture of justification, the idea that reasons need to be given for decisions. This was very strongly fostered, I think, in the ECP, including if you look into the final recommendations, you see that after the recommendation, there is also a reference, a justificatory line for why the particular recommendation needs to be adopted. But also in this area, there is certainly room for improvement, I think, particularly when it comes to justifying some of the design choices to the panel members. For instance, here in Florence, the voting with the stickers that some of you might have seen, the photos of the citizens going into the church and putting colored stickers to various ideas. So how was this developed, and how did that kind of selected the recommendations which also have limited the scope of recommendations that were then developed by the subgroups in the final stage? And for example, the 16-year voting age recommendation idea was lost, particularly in this stage. So the ECPs have gone a long way, but precisely because of that, it is very important and worth to discuss rooms for improvement.
Thank you for those insights, Max. And now Gaetan is one of the organizers of the ECPs and the coffee overall. What lessons are you taking away from organizing this process? And if something similar were to be organized at the European level in the future, what would you do in a similar way, and what differently, perhaps?
Wow, that's a big question. Well, I think we are concentrating on the European citizens panels here. As far as I understand, there were many innovation in this conference relating to the digital platform, but also to the plenary, because we had this mix of political representatives and citizens, which I think is very, very unprecedented, whereas for citizens' assemblies, we have some reference. But yes, for me, the European Citizens Panels was the most, the biggest learning experience in this process, and the biggest innovation in the sense that there were a lot of people at the beginning who said this is not going to work, right? Because of the language barriers. Many people were saying citizens' assemblies work well at local level, maybe a bit national level in the same language, but European, this is not going to work. So it has worked. And suddenly you have this possibility of imagining that you can have a participatory democracy with randomly selected people at European level. And so you can have this direct dialogue, direct exchange between people who are from different countries, different culture. And I must say that, so you have witnessed in the panels exactly what you witness in the citizens' assemblies at local and national level, which is already the incredible added value that comes from the diversity that is in these assemblies. And I really want to underline this because I think in the world that we have now with the social media bubbles, etc., this diversity is key because it does not exist anymore. People do not speak to different backgrounds like that, socioeconomic background, gender, age, and also geographical origin, you know, urban, rural. So this mix for me is incredibly rich already. And of course, you have the deliberative aspects, taking the time to discuss and finding collective recommendation was there as well. But indeed, we added really this transnational dimension. And I must say also that interpretation added something. Interpretation, and I really want to underline this because interpretation was part of the conference. And it's an incredible asset for the EU. And it added something to the dialogue. You know that when people witness the citizen assembly, they are often quite struck by the very peaceful dialogue that citizens have with one another, and interpretation adds a layer to that because it gives time, it changes the pace a little bit, and that was a very interesting element of the conference. I mean, of course, what I would do differently, it would take me 5 hours to explain. There are many things, of course, we can improve. I must say that for a first, it was a success because it was well designed within the constraint that we had. And it led to something which is very concrete, you know, the fact that we had these ambassadors from the European panels going to the plenary, exchanging with political representatives, civil society organizations, social partners, etc., and reaching together conclusions was something that, you know, a few years ago, people would not have believed this could happen. And I was struck by the dedication of the citizens. I mean, it's something that everyone who has observed Citizen Assembly have seen, but when I first saw that the ambassadors were going to be 80 of them from the 800s were going to attend the plenary, and I was told that this would be another 6, 7 weekends that they need to add to their already 3 weekends of deliberation in the panels. I thought, this is never going to happen. There will be a big turnover, they will change, and they stayed. Only 2 of them dropped out, the 80, and they were there every plenary, and they just took it super seriously. And what they took very seriously is their role as ambassadors of the panel, you know, which was very different from the other component of the plenary. They really felt they weren't there to present their own ideas. They were there to present the panel recommendations, and they felt very responsible for that. And it was very interesting to watch and observe. So yeah, sorry, I'm not yet in what we can improve because I really want to first say that this was a success for what it aimed to be as a first experiment. I think it proved that it can work and that it can really enrich representative democracy, because this is what we are trying to do, right? We are trying to show that we are adding something to the representative democracy with this. We are not taking something away from it. And this is a very important message. I think all the political representatives who participated are now convinced of that. When you live an experiment like that, you really feel that it adds something and that it is something that we need to build up the representative democracy of tomorrow.
Thank you. Now, Claudia, as an expert on participatory democracy, you know, of course, very well that the design of processes like the coffee comes with a lot of challenges, especially in a supranational and multilingual setting, as we've just heard. So would you agree with Gaetan that the coffee overall did well in meeting those challenges?
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you for the invitation to be here and to share some reflections on this. Now, I need to caveat that anything I say is from a distance. So, I mean, Gaetan has been really at the heart and at the center of everything. I'm reflecting from, you know, a point of expertise of having been in touch with her and other colleagues who have been implementing, observing it, and then having this bigger picture perspective of what's going on around the world. Because at the OECD, we've been studying about 600 examples of things like citizens' assemblies, citizens' juries at all levels of governance. So this is just to put the lens on through which I'm looking at these questions. And I really like you know, hearing your reflections right now, Gaetan, because I mean, we keep I think, going back and forth between these terms, participatory democracy, deliberative democracy, and actually, to me, the citizens' panels are a form of deliberative democracy. And it's not just participation that we got from citizens, but I see these sorts of deliberative processes as another form of representation, actually. So the people that are randomly selected to be part of them are citizen representatives, because they're not just there to give their personal opinion on whatever issue they're deliberating about, they're also putting themselves in other people's shoes, and they're listening to others, and they're trying to find that common ground between them. So it's a very different process, and I think in a way it's strengthening representative democracy, but I see it in the sense of it's actually broadening what we see even as representation, and I think when you look at things that way, it actually opens up a whole other perspective on what can be the future of democracy. Thinking about the citizens' panels in the context of the Conference on the Future of Europe, I mean, I want to say overall, I think it's amazing that this has happened at the European level, and it's a massive step forward. I agree with Gaetan. I don't think 5 years ago this would have happened. So I don't want to be throwing out the baby with the bathwater. At the same time, I have the privilege of being a bit of an external, independent, neutral expert, and I can say from that position of expertise that I think there's also some lessons that we could be learning for how next time, if and when, hopefully, we do such an exercise, certain things could be improved. So from my perspective, for example, I think that each of the citizens' panels had way too many topics to be handling for such a short period of time. So having just one of them, I think, would have led to a different level of quality and detail of the recommendations. I also think that framing the issues actually as a question and as a problem to be solved would have also led to another set of discussions, because the way that they were framed were just about the general issues like around values or democracy or rule of law or climate or whatnot, which leaves things very broad and doesn't actually give a sense of you know, what are the main problems that we're wanting to tackle around these. So those issues, I think, are then interlinked with the fact that I don't think there was really enough time that was given to the process. And as a result, I also don't think that, I mean, from my understanding of things, a number of the recommendations that have come out of it have led to a response from people within the institutions of, well, we're already doing this, or that's already in the pipeline, or whatnot. And I think with a bit more time and a bit more of a learning phase about what is actually the state of play to start with, but these are still the problems for which we don't have the solutions yet at European level, there could have been that extra layer of really helpful inputs to advance things forward. So not just identifying what are some of the issues, but how could we really be going forward on them. But those are just some of the reflections, and I think I'll leave it there, because I also think from a technical perspective, it's been really great to see that having the multilingual deliberation is possible. So it's broken down a lot of the sort of resistance to even the possibility of this at that level. So on a technical level, I think it's completely possible to do it. I think now it's about just refining the process to really make the most of the public judgment that comes out of a process where you give people the time and the resources to grapple with complex issues and to find common ground on the solutions.
Thank you, Claudia. I would like to follow up on this a little bit by kind of zooming out and looking at the other components next to and beyond the European citizens panels, which also existed of the COFI. So that's, for instance, the multilingual digital platform where all European citizens could discuss the topics of the COFI. There were national citizens panels, which took place in some member states in parallel to the European one. And of course, there were the plenary working groups and the plenary sessions during which the citizens then interacted with national and European politicians. So Claudia, how would you evaluate the COFI from this more macro perspective, let's say, with a particular view to the inclusiveness of the process, its visibility, and also the accessibility of its tools, like, for instance, the multilingual digital platform?
Yeah, so this is I would say this is a harder question for me to answer because I think on the overall design, I'm slightly more critical than of the citizens panels in particular, which I think were a really great element. And I think it's been good to see that in the end, they've become the central element of informing the outcome of the recommendations of this conference. But both from the perspective of a citizen, actually, but also as an expert on designing participatory and deliberative processes, I think that there was a lot that was going on in parallel rather than having a sense of something sequential and how each of these different aspects of it are feeding into one another and informing one another. And so I think for people participating, it's not clear actually where your contribution is going if at the same time there's lots of other things happening. So is there a hierarchy to these or not? I feel like that question was never really answered and it's only come through kind of naturally through these working groups and so on. I think that the platform, I think it's hard to claim actually that this is something for citizens. I think it's been a very useful way of getting input from stakeholders, but the way in which it has been designed, and I think looking at who actually participated and contributed on it, these are really people who have the time and the expertise, who have the patience to also navigate it, because I also went online and tried to figure out how it works and see how you could add something, and I found it quite confusing. And so you really, I think, needed to have a certain level of determination to add something on there. Now, I don't want to be too critical about it because I think actually having such an online platform for stakeholder input is probably a very useful thing to have to feed the information stage of future citizens panels. But what I'm more critical of is the claim that this is something for everyday citizens and all people to add things on. So I think I'll just leave it there for some of the comments on it.
Gaetan, would you like to respond to some of the criticisms and remarks made by Claudia?
First of all, I want to say that the major innovation for that platform for the next steps is the fact that we integrated a civic tech software, which is Decidim, into the Europa environment. It took a year to do that, and we added the automatic translation capacity, which suddenly made us make a big leap in terms of digital dialogue directly between citizens, because what we've had so far in the institutional environment of the institutions, EU institutions, is basically the digital area used mainly to get some things from stakeholder, consultation, sometimes some kind of comments, but mainly in English, and never really direct dialogue between citizens themselves. So a Slovak being able to write something and then read the answer from an Italian, reply again, the Italian can read another from the French, and indirect, that for me is a big added value to what we had before, and I truly hope that this kind of functionality will stay in the digital arena of the institutions. I agree that because it took so much time to do this integration from a technical point of view, the design probably could have been better, and I'm sure that the next version could be more user-friendly and maybe more connected to social media. I don't know, that we use more of our energy on accessibility and less on the technological development, but this is often the case. You know, when you have a first tool, you take one step, and hopefully another step will be to improve its accessibility. I want to remind everyone, though, that the digital platform was not only a place for direct contribution from individuals, it was also the hub of the conference, where all the people organizing events in the member states or locally that were reporting the results of their event. And one innovation that I really liked in that platform is that we were asking people, because sometimes when you put big reports on a platform, it's very difficult to imagine that all of this will be analyzed, right? So we asked the people reporting on the platform to link their reporting with IDs. And so it meant in a very practical level that at the end, we had a place where we had all the IDs coming either directly from the citizens or from collective events. And as you know, we had also put guides on the platform that would help people to develop participatory and inclusive events, and we tried to push that. But I agree that it was more relying on spontaneous and volunteer contribution. So you have maybe a bit more biased in terms of the population that is actually doing it. But I think that when you combine that with other elements, more inclusive with random selection, etc., it can be a good complement, I think. But it is, as Claudia was saying, then the way you conceive the whole process and that you explain the whole process. And on that, I think we did what we could to explain the link between this and this, but it was not easy. Why? Because basically the Joint Declaration, which was the text that really was the basis of everything we did between the two institutions, came quite late in the process, if you remember. So we had to start from there to put the pieces together that we had prepared, and we had, so ideally, no, we should start earlier with the vision, with the design, and then the tools. And we had to do it a little bit the other way around because the Joint Declaration took a bit of time to be finalized. But I mean, in general, I want to say we will always try to improve the standards, the participatory tools, the deliberative elements, and I agree there is always a lot of room for improvement, but we always have to consider that we will have a political context, and we will have political constraints. And this is something that we need to learn collectively, how to make this participatory process effective. We have to recognize that they will always have to be compatible with a political environment. And this is something that was very interesting also to learn from the conference.
So Max, from your perspective, how did you perceive the interaction of the selected citizens and the rest of the COFI, so to say?
Yes, so maybe I would focus first on the relationship between all the ECP members and then those ambassadors. So from every ECP, there were 20 members who were selected to be the ambassadors to the plenary of the conference. And I myself am a member of one of the ECPs, but I was not an ambassador. And I think two keywords that I would highlight, which were actually highlighted by the ambassadors themselves in some of their speeches in the plenary, which, by the way, are all accessible online. And I think this was a great mechanism as well to make these plenary debates accessible, and also the working group debates are available, are guardians and revolutions. Now, guardians in a sense that really the citizen ambassadors, from my point of view, as I was also watching the plenaries, have grown up to this role of protecting the recommendations that were developed, that were adopted by the panels at the level of the plenary, where all these other stakeholders also come in and can share their opinions and ideas, and have really become staunch guardians of the recommendations, which you can see if we look into the draft plenary output. we see that basically most of the recommendations from the ECPs are also part of that output, and hopefully will be part of the final report that will be submitted on Monday. Now, revolutions, in a sense that this was not, I think, a straightforward process. So initially, many of the ambassadors, I feel from some of more informal interactions with some of them also, were unsure what their role is, how should they position themselves vis-a-vis the other representatives in the plenary. But they found this niche, and I understand they were also supported again by the deliberation group, by the Secretariat, but they found a way to really stand up towards the representatives and be also partners for these representatives. So not in a sense of antagonism, but in a sense of collaboration, of trying to find the best solutions, and also trying to see how these recommendations developed by the ECP members would advance to the level of the plenary and could become realities and could improve the state of the EU. Now, perhaps briefly, I would come back to the other components. So from the ECP perspective, the other components perhaps did not feature that much. Now, we did receive, for example, the reports from the multilingual platform. The national events, most of them took place after, or particularly the final reports were available after the discussions in the ECP. But I think this is not necessarily a major problem, because this really allowed this development of ideas in the ECP that come from the participants, the panel members themselves, and in a sense with quite a little influence of various other factors that could come in. And this, in that sense, I think is very important to highlight the distinction between this to be some kind of an expensive public opinion poll versus the added value of the deliberation of the interactions that took place in the ECP. And I myself see the platform more as perhaps some kind of an agora where we can see a range of ideas from, of course, a more informed minority of EU citizens, and also non-EU citizens could participate, as I understand, in this platform. But it's still an important kind of documentation tool, and I understand also there are some efforts to now collect systematically the data from the platform to present them to the public. And just to finish with a small anecdote, that I myself couldn't get through some of my own ideas through my subgroup, because we had a deliberation and the conclusion was that, well, the other colleagues think that there are some more important issues to be discussed. So I submitted one of these ideas to the digital platform, where it is now available to be consulted and to be potentially discussed further. And I think this is a good example of how the ECPs can also interact with the digital platform.
Thanks a lot for these insights, Max. And I would like to follow up on this by our last topic before we move on to the Q&A. And I'd like to shed a closer look at the citizens' recommendations, which were already mentioned sometimes now, and what is happening with them at this point. So there are 49 final recommendations, and in those, the citizens are essentially demanding more EU in areas like climate, healthcare, social and foreign policy. And they're also demanding, very importantly, a greater say in all of these things, so more democratic EU. Citizens are, for instance, asking for abolishing unanimity in the Council. They're asking for institutionalizing a permanent form of democratic participation in the EU, and even for a constitutional convention. Now, at the plenary session last weekend, I also heard several citizens calling upon EU leaders to take all of their recommendations seriously and not just cherry-pick the ones that fit on their political agenda. So right now seems to really be a critical juncture of the COFI. So I would like to ask you, Claudia, what is important for the final phase of a participatory democracy exercise? Could you give some advice to those in charge of the COFI of good practices and what's still to avoid in this run-up to the finishing line of the COFI?
Yes, that's a good question. I think that what typically happens, or what we say in the OECD good practice principles, is that it's the citizens' recommendations in their own words which get directly put to the decision makers. Now, from my understanding, and again, this is from following, but still finding some slight confusion in the whole process of how it's happened. Here there was an intermediary stage of the working groups that had some of the citizens, but also other people from the other institutions that were part of them. So there was like an additional layer after having the citizens' recommendations. And so the final recommendations are now no longer in the words of the citizens, and there's a mix of the citizens' proposals, plus a few proposals that have emerged from the people in the working groups. So from my perspective, to be perfectly honest, I find some confusion as to why the working groups were also allowed to develop their own proposals that didn't come from the citizens, and actually I'm curious about whether, like, what the rules surrounding the working groups were, and if Gaetan is able to answer those sorts of things, I would like to understand, because there has been a lot of emphasis, and the narrative is that the citizens are at the heart of this conference on the future of Europe. Now, I'm also not naive, and I know this is taking place in a political context with the different institutions that are fighting, but if we want to try and defend actually the citizens at the heart of this, I feel like the citizens' recommendations are the ones that should be kind of at the heart of what becomes the conference's final recommendations. And in the words of the citizens, I don't really understand actually the justification for why those recommendations are now being reworded afterwards. So just going back to the OECD good practice principles and what we kind of consider the gold standard for deliberative processes like these ones. And also, I suppose, from a citizen perspective, looking at all of this, those are just some of the questions that I still have about the process and the follow-up.
Thanks. Now, before turning to Gaetan for maybe some clarifications on the procedures around this final phase of the coffee, I would like to ask you, Max, briefly, as a citizen participant, what are your expectations now for the follow-up on the recommendations and the aftermath of the coffee?
Yes, so maybe I would highlight 3 points, and the first one is certainly to follow up on the recommendations which, if you look into, for example, the plenary appearances of the citizen ambassadors, this has also been emphasized by them repeatedly. Now the question is how to follow up on those recommendations, and on which recommendations, because indeed initially there are recommendations from the ECPs, and then now these proposals from the plenary, and I would personally argue that it is important to follow up on the original recommendations from the ECP, even though there might be a lot of overlap between the two, and this follow-up should really be non-technical, so not just, I think recently the European Parliament has issued, with respect to some of the recommendations, some hyperlinks, what they are doing, what kinds of policies they are implementing or proposals they are making. So that wouldn't be sufficient. Now, of course, I assume that this is just an early stage, but it is important to really, in the spirit of the culture of justification, give detailed reasons of how particular recommendations would be implemented, or why perhaps something cannot be implemented by the institutions. And this is very important, I think, to retain that kind of trust that was gained, or the degree of trust that was gained vis-a-vis EU institutions with this human face in the process of the ECPs. Now, the second point, and this will probably be a little bit more controversial, is that I also read that in a certain way there is a demand for a convention. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, if you look into the recommendations from the ECP on values, democracy, and rights, we see that there is one of the recommendations that is asking to reopen the discussion on a potential constitution for Europe, and also that there is a recommendation for permanent institutionalized mechanism of citizen participation, which will also be legally binding, because we know that the conference in itself and its conclusions are not legally binding in any way. And so in that sense, the convention is not necessarily a road towards some kind of a major treaty change or major new constitution, but it's the process that will matter in a sense of introducing participatory elements into the continued discussion, which will be important in the form of a convention. Plus, we also know that there are some recommendations that do require treaty change. Now, the estimates vary, and this is, I think, very important, where the experts also come in to assess then what is needed. But in that sense, I think the convention coupled with the participatory elements, can be a very important follow-up now to the project of the ECPs. And finally, I think this idea of the guardians of the recommendations still remains in place even after Monday. And for that, it's now, I think, important for all the ECP members to have an opportunity to remain in contact, also via the online means, because one of the major achievements, I think, of the ECPs is that all of these 3 sessions unfolded in a different format. One was online, one was in person, and one was hybrid. And the online means offer great opportunities to stay in contact, for example, by sharing all the contact addresses of the panel members, unless, of course, they are against that personally. And in this sense, the ambassadors and the other panel members to have the opportunity to support themselves and to watch further closely the process as the institutions will grapple with these recommendations and proposals.
Thank you, Max. And in order to wrap up this first round of discussion, Gaetan, having heard this from Max and Claudia, how do you, from an EU institutional side, plan to ensure that the citizens receive a clear and transparent follow-up on their recommendations?
Well, first of all, I want to say that you call it a critical juncture, and I think we are in a critical juncture more than the end of something. We try not to use the word so much of closing event of 9th of May, but rather opening of a new phase. And I think this is quite important because this is generally what we see in all participatory or deliberative processes, that this juncture between the participation and the representation, so the moment where it is delivered to the political representatives and they need to do something about it, this moment is not generally as well designed as the phase before. And so I must say that in this process, I would like just to share three reflections which I thought was very interesting and different within the conference. The first one is that if you read all the founding documents of the conference, I've never seen as many references to the word feedback and follow-up as I've ever seen before. So you can say it's only words on paper, but this is a big step, because before that we had much lighter tools like citizen dialogue, etc., where the follow-up and feedback engagement was, I think, lower and not as well spelled out. So this is also something, it's a good basis. Second, we had this incredible, unprecedented body, which was the plenary, which was really making a transition between this participation and representation. It's really a transition. So because you are mixing citizens who participated in this phase of direct participation in the panels, etc., and political representative who will be the one to do the follow-up, the legislative or treaty change or whatever happens on the basis of this recommendation. So there was a kind of first of dialogue and synthesis, which is very interesting and which really would require further look and research. Because, and I want to say that from what Claudia said about this was not clear the way the working group worked, I was quite impressed to be transparent on the fact that the citizens' recommendations were really the basis of the discussion. We even had a grid, which was our working document in the Secretariat. With the first column, we had the citizens' recommendations, and then the debate, and then what comes out. But it was the basis in every working group, which is already quite big, I think, because that MEPs, people from social partners, agree all together that the start of their conversation are the citizens' recommendations. Really, I was quite impressed by that. And if you look at the result, yes, of course, but it was allowed by the joint declaration that some could come also from the multilingual digital platform, and some came out of the debate, but the major part really comes from the citizen recommendation. So now we went from recommendation to proposals, and the follow-up is on the proposals. So that's something that we need to, even though the recommendation from the panel will be annexed, and I hope they will remain a source of inspiration in many ways. And on the follow-up, I think what's important now is to have benchmarks and to design a phase of follow-up, actually, not just say there will be a follow-up. One important benchmark that we have already is the feedback event that we will organize in the autumn with the panels. And I think, and it should be a joint event, again, with the three institutions, so it'll be a moment where we need to take stock, where are we, and what can we say about what we have done and what we have maybe not done and why. And this will be a very important moment. And finally, there's just the third thing I wanted to say about what's next and the follow-up. As Max was saying, there is a lot on citizens' participation itself. So I believe in that area that there will be a before and an after the conference, and that citizen engagement, the culture, I hope, has changed, and there will be a new phase of citizen engagement. It doesn't mean that what we were doing before was not interesting, useful. Many will stay, but we will, I hope, have a qualitative leap, an improvement in many areas, and not only because I know that people love the idea, the big ideas, you know, the treaty change, the big permanent citizens assembly, but just also in terms of which participatory tool do we have, how can we bring in more deliberative processes in just the way we make policies, you know, even on a day-to-day basis. And that's an administrative culture change which is happening and which will learn a lot from the conference, I think.
Thanks a lot, Gaetan. And with that, I would like to turn to our audience. We have a good 15 minutes left for Q&A. And we will gather first round of questions, starting from the digital platform and then taking a question from the room as well. And I see that from the digital platform, we got the question that we've been talking a lot about institutional implications and the process, but that one big implication with the COFI was its missing of public awareness of the process. So our online participants are asking, how do we make sure to integrate European deliberative democracy within a European public space if the COFI system is here to stay? And I would like to gather another question from the room, if there's one, before I pass it on to my speakers. Okay, let's take the gentleman in the front first.
Yeah, just a question on the linguistic dimension. So Gaetan mentioned that the use of interpretation was rather a plus because it slowed down the interaction, but it must be at least ambivalent because it was also mentioned that there was not enough time to discuss. Now, if you have to wait after each interpretation, I presume there were relay languages, etc. So it must have slowed down the process. And more concretely, so perhaps that's a question for Max, for example, when it happened here in this room, so you had a limited number of interpreting booths in the room. There were some meetings in smaller groups where there was also interpreting, but for a smaller number of languages. Also, the people were together here for a certain period, but only part of the time was in the formal meetings. How did they interact outside, more informally, as we do here at the breaks? Was there also interpreting provided at that stage? So, I mean, my question is really including at a concrete level about what difference it made to have to function in a translingual way, in a multilingual way.
Okay, thank you. So I would suggest maybe, Claudia, would you like to respond to the question of the visibility in the European public sphere? And then I would pass to Gaetan and Max for answering to Philippe Pampare's question.
Yeah, so I mean, the first question to do with the visibility, the public communication about it, I suppose for all deliberative processes, one of the things that we recommend is that there's actually a public communication strategy, both so that there's visibility, but actually that these processes can also be an opportunity for wider public learning about the things, the topics that are being discussed, the expertise that's being shared, and so on about them. So it's true that I feel like around me, besides people who are either in the bubble of the EU or in the bubble of democratic innovation, most people I know had not heard about the Conference on the Future of Europe. And I haven't spent enough time trying to think about why in this particular instance. To me, there's something somewhat linked, though, about the lack of clarity, though, about what would actually come out of this, which is nonetheless intertwined with this question about visibility and communication. Because when it's not clear, actually, what is going to be the follow-up, what is going to come out of this, who is going to respond, what might change as a result, it's hard to communicate about it in a way that I think makes people feel really interested or makes them grasp actually the importance of what's going on in this situation. And I wonder, I mean, this is also a question I don't have an answer to, but I wonder to what extent, I'm sure there were journalists who were contacted to try to have some more coverage and so on, but I also didn't see a lot of coverage in the end about it. So I wonder, like, where is the gap of, like, why did it feel like this was not something that deserved that level of public communication around it?
Okay. Gaetan, maybe to the other one.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I want to say that I think it's more down to earth reason for maybe not enough people hearing about it is also that, as you know, there was no dedicated budget on the conference. It was made with existing budget in the old institutions, so the communication budget was actually not big, right? It's a reality, right? I'm not going. So we did what we could with what we had, and I really hope that if we go again into that direction, we will, you know, the experimentation, I think, relaxed some people who might have been a bit worried about this, and maybe next time, you know, they will be more willing also to put more efforts into, because of course communication is key for inclusiveness, and that's reality. On the interpretation, I would like to, perhaps Max will tell us from his concrete experience in the working group, but I didn't have the impression it slowed down. When I said I just said that it increased a little, even more, I think, the peaceful dialogue that you usually find in a group, but I don't really think it's slowed down, but maybe Max can say about his experience about that. So the interpretation was done 24 languages in plenary setting, and we had 4 or 5 languages in the subgroups. But the subgroups have changed from session 1 to session 2, and then they remain the same between session 2 and session 3. So we tried, and we also tried to mix the 4 or 5 languages in a way that there will be big, small countries, east, west, north, south, and so that it was an interesting mix. And I have to say also that, you know, interpretation is a rare resource. In the plenary, sometimes we had difficulty finding all the languages that we needed, and this is really something that we need to invest in because it's a key element of this kind of transnational deliberation. But maybe your concrete experience of that, Max.
No, I agree with all that, and I think that it was very illustrative of the fact of how important communication is for a democracy, that we had to interact in a setting which also was new for many of the panel members, and I think even the interpreters were, for example, from here in Florence, they were present remotely, so not directly in the room, but of course there were some minor glitches, but I think on the overall it was really an essential tool for enabling this conversation. Now in the informal setting, of course those who spoke English as the kind of lingua franca had some advantage that they could interact easier with all the others who also speak English, and some of those who only spoke their national language got to a certain extent closed in their national groups. But at the same time, some of those who spoke their national language also spoke English, or also spoke a language from a different language. And in that sense, they were able to serve as bridges or informal translators to the other panel members during informal interactions. So certainly it didn't become a kind of set of bubbles of national nationalities or languages just on the basis of who spoke the particular language. And I think it's attributed to Winston Churchill, this idea that the greatest argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with an ordinary voter, and the ECPs just show how wrong that is, that indeed these conversations can be extremely valuable and important, and they can be respectful and show how that interaction also matters, and especially if it's longer than 5 minutes, especially when it allows for a deliberation during several days. And I would say perhaps even there is space for more interaction between the sessions if this was to be repeated between the panel members.
Thank you. So I'm being mindful of time, but we have time for one more short round of questions and answers. I would gather 2 or 3 really brief questions from the audience, genuine questions and statements. And I actually see there's one of our special guest, one of the students with whom at Ponte Europa we organized a kind of mini format of the Conference on the Future of Europe, the Florence Young Citizens Forum. So someone with themselves some participatory experience, please.
Thank you. It's a brief question, but how do you attract younger citizens of the EU to participate in this conference and allow them to make their voices heard to the older and more powerful or experienced adults within the Union? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have another question, please.
Okay, I just would be interested in if there would be a follow-up also for the national debates on the Conference of the Future of Europe, because I think this would be also sharing a little bit the responsibilities, and it would be very important for them. And second question, very short, is there any learning also for public consultations, for example? Then the field wouldn't be so broad, but it could also be helpful for big and important dossiers.
Okay, thank you. I think all of the questions were mainly for Gaetan. So the inclusion of young people and the institutional learnings for the citizens' consultations. If you could just give a brief answer to those.
Well, as you know, when the conference was announced by Ursula von der Leyen, she really said that she wanted the young people to be at the center of it, the citizens at the center, and in the citizens, a specific focus on the youth. So this had some specific consequences. So in general, a specific effort on communication towards the younger people, but also there was the youth event organized by the Parliament, which is a yearly event that was completely oriented towards the conference. In the selection of the panels, we actually recruited a little bit more young people than the representation in the population. So there were different ways where we tried to be a bit more inclusive for young people. As you know, we also allowed the participation in the panels and therefore in the plenary for the ambassadors from 16 onwards. So this was also an interesting innovation, I think, in the way citizens participated in the process. So there were different elements, but I think, of course, this can also be improved. I was referring earlier on perhaps a better link between social media and platform. I mean, we can imagine many other things, of course. And I hope we will take the advantage that we are in the European Year for Youth to actually learn lessons from the conference and link it to the reflection on youth policy. And I think you mentioned the fact that it was the Conference on the Future of Europe. So by definition, by its title, it was going to be relatively broad. And yes, I agree, it was not easy to embrace such a big scope of subject, but in a way, it was also interesting because nothing was, you could never say that there was any subject that was left aside. Talking on the future of Europe, if the citizens wanted to bring up something, there's really nothing that didn't fall into these subjects. So it was a very open, wide debate. So I like that as well, but obviously, if now, as I was saying earlier, we are making use of these not only for citizens' assemblies, more visible ones, but also to change some of the administrative culture, the consultation culture, etc. Yes, of course, there will be more policy-specific processes, and as Claudia was saying, indeed, the more specific they are, the more also specific the recommendations can be, and the more they can impact policies, because then, you know, they receive more expertise and information, and they target a bit more their recommendation. I wouldn't say, as you say, that this is more interesting or more useful. For me, it's another type, and it needs to be done as well. So. Yes, definitely we could imagine that it's more policy-specific processes could be developed.
Thank you very much, Gaetan. And with this, unfortunately, we already have to come to a close. Just as the citizens, we seem to have too little time to discuss on the Conference on the Future of Europe itself. But I think it was a fascinating discussion nonetheless, and I want you to please join me in thanking our panelists with a warm round of applause. And also thank you to everyone online and in the room for participating so actively in our discussion. Please stay tuned for the next and last panel session of today, which is set to start at 5:15. And with that, I can only wish you a good remainder of the day and of the State of the Union. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the panel on the Brussels effect, governance versus technology. I have the pleasure of introducing three distinguished panelists with us: the Honorable Eva Meidel, Professor Nicolas Petit, and Mrs. Beatrice Kovasi. I will introduce them in order. The Honorable Eva Meidel has since 2014 represented Bulgaria's GRB and the European People's Party in the European Parliament. In the current parliamentary term, she is a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, and the trade delegations to Japan and the United States. Among her many professional activities, she supports the legislative work on the strategy for the single digital market and is the Industry, Research and Energy Committee Rapporteur on the Artificial Intelligence Act. Mrs. Beatrice Kovasi is Minister Counselor at the EU's newly established delegation in the UK. In London, she is responsible for the digital transition, cybersecurity, data and media policy. Previously, as head of the European Commission, representation to Italy, and a part of the EU delegation to the United States, where she was responsible for the newly created transatlantic digital economy portfolio. At the European Commission, Beatrice held various positions, including as deputy head for the data economy and deputy head for the EU digital agenda. Professor Nicolas Petit is the Joint Chair in Competition Law, Department of Law, and Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies at the European University Institute. Prior to joining the EUI, Professor Petit has held a public office position as a part-time judge with the Belgian Competition Authority and has also worked in private practice with the leading US law firm in Brussels. He has a number of academic publications to his credit, including Big Tech and the Digital Economy, The Oligopoly Scenario, and EU Competition Law and Economics, both from Oxford University Press. He is a member of the European Commission High-Level Expert Group on Artificial Intelligence. We also have with me Dr. Christiana Lowry, Max Weber Fellow at the EUI, who will be acting as co-moderator for this panel and facilitating the questions coming in online. To introduce the topic of today's panel, we should remember a book that came out over 50 years ago, Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber's The American Challenge, which sounded an alarm on Europe's innovation gap with the United States. Half a century later, the United States and now China are still clearly ahead of Europe on the technological frontier of artificial intelligence and continues to have the lion's share of superstar firms and startups. At the same time, we are seeing questions being raised about the legitimacy of the governance of several of these firms and whether they are compromising social trust. This panel will address what policymakers can do to make Europe more competitive in terms of innovation while still dealing with these trust and legitimacy gaps. So I will start with the first question. And the first question is, in a journal article published last year concerning the proposed DMA, the Digital Markets Act, Professor Petit interpreted the proposal as representing an expansion of the administrative state and a limitation of the free enterprise system. He goes on to contend that the DMA faces a legitimacy problem as a single overarching legal purpose and a favored economic policy has not been explicitly articulated in the proposed text. Professor Petit, could you kindly expand on what this clear legal purpose and explicit economic policy should be so as to enhance the legitimacy of the DMA? And then in turn, Mrs. Meidel and Mrs. Kovasi, what are your thoughts on Professor Petit's interpretation of the DMA and whether the proposal suffers from legitimacy problems?
Thanks, Morshed. I'm very happy to be here, I have to say first, and in great company on this panel. Okay, so I'm going to try to tackle your question head-on, but let me maybe first recap some elements of context. So the main driver of the DMA, this piece of legislation that we call the DMA in Europe, has been to take on big tech. No more, no less. It's not been assessments, expertise, and study. If it had been, policymakers would have had to engage in a conversation over confounding factors like big tech companies sit on top of consumer ratings, they deliver low prices to consumers, and they've created substantial amounts of jobs and raised the returns to education. So these technical facts didn't matter much in the conversation. Context mattered a great deal. And what I'm talking about here is a set of events, a set of cultural changes, and a set of technological evolutions that have created a very hostile context to big tech. So, you know, we can go from the Snowden scandal to Cambridge Analytica, reports of tax evasion, the rise of Twitter, where nuance is the enemy of audience, and where virtue signaling is in higher currencies than just being right. And also maybe the political economy of Europe, where we don't have big tech firms, even though I think a lot of people, without saying it, would love to have a European Google or Facebook. And we have large incumbents in sectors like telecommunications who have a history of failed innovation. And that creates, I think, a lot of envy and a lot of policy activism. Now, so there's been this context pushing to the idea that we have to do something. But there's been very little equivalent energy invested in thinking, what is it that should be done? And as oftentimes in history, Europe has fallen back on an area where it has extremely important raw political power, which is competition policy. And, you know, Karel van Miert, the late commissioner, said European competition policy is the can opener for regulation. And so we often start there. The problem, of course, is that competition policy is a very brutal instrument. It's very antagonizing. It comes with fines, breakups, structural remedies. It's not like, you know, maybe tax reform where, you know, you can play with incentives and so on and so forth. And so we've gone to competition policy pedal to the metal. In a way, I mean, this exercise that we have is pure Brussels effects territory. It has advanced at a very spectacular pace. I don't think, you know, in the history of the European Union we've had regulation being adopted so fastly. Now, the problem is that this very rapid approach towards regulating big tech companies has constantly avoided a discussion of very hard policy trade-offs. Okay, so we've left on the side a lot of very important political and economic questions. So if you take advertisement, for instance, do we like targeted advertisement or don't we like it? Now, say we don't like it. Is increasing competition between the tech platforms the best way to reduce the levels of targeted advertisement? Right? If you create more competition in targeted if you create more competition between Google and Facebook, the prices of ads will decrease. There'll be more targeting, more ads on users. So why didn't we go the other way around by just saying we're going to prohibit targeted advertisement? But if we do that, how many companies are we going to left out you know, of business, relying on these platforms to reach out to end and business users? So lots of these trade-offs have been constantly sort of sidelined in favor of a sort of confidence that we are doing the right thing. And this is where I think I criticize this legitimacy problem, which is not so much a question of procedural or democratic legitimacy. The parliament was the right institution to adopt this regulation. But it's more a question of methodological or epistemological legitimacy. Yes. Do we have a good enough facts base to regulate these companies?
Great. I think the Honorable Mrs. Maydell, like, if you would like to reflect on that response, as well as, you know, the question that I directed to you, and then to Beatrice Kobiasi.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you very much for having me today. I'm glad I could make it this year in person, and so many of us as well. And I'm also glad to see that so many of you are actually interested in that topic, and I would love to hear also more from the audience. Because we are now talking about one piece of legislation that we've already worked on and we've agreed, but there are many other files that we are currently working on, so your input would be extremely interested. It will be very difficult to build on what Nicolas has said, but maybe I would also try to give first step back a little bit before I dive into the DMA and briefly say what we tried to do from the point of view of the Parliament, even though, of course, we have different opinions within the Parliament, despite now having the legislation on the table. The way I see the big topic of today in this discussion is a little bit that we find ourselves in a moment of history where, you know, we kind of need to decide, would we want to progress ahead with innovation, or are we going to give into the fear that society might be feeling towards the progress of technology that we are witnessing? And many of you, especially with an academic background, are much more fit and better would reflect what has happened in the past. And what has happened in the past is that we have had those moments of fear, those moments of sorcery, defeats on the battlefield, for example, that have created moments of fear, of wariness in society. And most importantly, there are a number of moments when the widespread job loss or the fear of a job loss has created fear and could have impeded progress. And so I come from the point that innovation and invention don't have to be, you know, always been this epitome of nuance. If I could change one thing today in the public discourse, that would be that the topic surrounding AI and technology is very often this idea to split ourselves in two camps. The camp that will be protecting and caring about the people, and the other one that is caring about progress. I would not want to see these two camps. In a way, sometimes it feels we have those two camps. And it feels the same way sometimes when you legislate in the Parliament. It also becomes a very simplistic discussion, and a discussion that sometimes we haven't had enough time to reflect and thoroughly talk through. It should not be a question that is governance vis-a-vis technology, but rather a matter for me of how to regulate, to facilitate the right development and environment for these new technologies. So the bigger topic that comes out for this, personally for me as a member of the European Parliament, is how we achieve this balance by fostering social trust. And this is, you know, where I kind of come from also when I try to work on these new files. If we do not foster this social trust, it will be very difficult to arrive to the positive change some of us would like to see that technology delivers. And it could be done in various ways. And one of them is, of course, creating some sort of frameworks and guidelines in the area. When it comes particularly on the DMA, well, you know, one could argue that we have given quite some time to see and wait whether technological companies and those big tech companies will be able to self-regulate. We've given them, in a way, a breathing room. We've been in discussions, in negotiations, but at some point, we cannot always just wait and not act. The problem, of course, with legislating on technology is that you could easily get things wrong because you either legislate in a rush or also, more importantly, because you legislate a very nouveau area where you don't have perhaps enough knowledge, also enough data. And sometimes, as Nicolas was saying, it could be one of those more urgent decisions taken in a hastily manner because some opinions say we have to, rein in on big tech. I think the reality is that, in a way, the momentum within politicians was there in order to put our values and our principles on the table because we believe these are the values and principles that citizens care about. I am a firm believer of free market and of the freedom to innovate, to create, but also I believe in responsibility and in fairness. Responsibility and fairness that are drivers for competition. And I think it is also an incentive for companies to gain public trust. I know that perhaps, and I've talked to a lot of executives, once you're dwelled into your managerial work and it's all about profit and the next product and how we're gonna go ahead of our competitors and so on, and you're successful, because those companies are successful, and this is not a bad thing, you might lose the sense of the importance of the public trust, which in the long run will be very important for your success. So one could look at it that we are giving an opportunities for companies that are operating under the DMA that they shouldn't see this as something that they can get away with, but they should be able to see it as something that they stand for. So just to finally wrap up, I think, we are at a moment where we often speak about how we need more, digitally literate citizens. I think the past 2 years have made sure that citizens from different generations are more digitally literate, not just the younger generation. People are more aware of their data, what their data can serve for, not just personal data. It could serve for targeted advertisement, but it could also serve for being used into health experiments, etc., etc. So this is why what I think we are slowly trying to do, and we'll see how successful we will be, is building this digital jigsaw, where all parts of this digital jigsaw have to fit well together. So in this sense, being in Italy, I don't think the DMA is just a spaghetti that we throw at the wall. I think it's clear that we are trying to cultivate this digital culture in Europe. And of course, it's rare, as I said, that the legislation in technology can be perfect. But I think we should also take some pride that we are taking some steps, at the same time learning from our experience with the GDPR, for example, and what is not going so well necessarily there, to make sure that could go better in the next steps we take. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and pleased also from my side, I'm very pleased to be here in my hometown and to be back at the European University Institute, where I had the occasion to be several times in my previous position. Actually, many of the things, which have been, many of the arguments which have been laid out right now, are not really entirely new, are they? We always face ourselves as politicians, as legislators, as officials of the EU institutions, with the same questions we are struggling with, about technology, innovation, legitimacy, and also a bit of this chicken and egg issue, which comes back and back in the debate over the last 20 years. And if you take a small step backwards, you know, in the Brussels legislation, when I started in 2000, we were launching the electronic communications framework. And at the time, the question of legitimacy was pretty much the same. People were asking, but why competition law is not enough? Why do we need to have ex-ante rules, you know, to regulate telecoms, which was not telecoms anymore, it was electronic communications. And the same question came up in 2002 with the spectrum policy and the spectrum decision. And there again, why would the Commission regulate spectrum, you know? This is a national competence even more. Do we need to do that? So I think this issue of, that Professor Petit raised about legitimacy of setting ex-ante regulation in certain areas, you know, and whether competition law is sufficient or not, has really accompanied us in the political debate, in the European political debate, for a very long time. And even at a time, talking about success and failures, where we did have a big GSM success. I mean, Europe still was a technological, you know, trendsetter in that respect. It was main standard adopted worldwide. Then for, you know, a few years, we tried to duplicate that success. So the main focus also was what is the killer application? What can we do, you know, to be more competitive in this innovation race and find the next killer application after our big GSM success? What I feel is completely different, what I sense is completely different now with digital platforms to come to today, you know, is that it's not just a question of governance and innovation and efficiency, but, or competitiveness, but as MEP Meidel rightly pointed out, is really an ethical question which goes to the heart of society in a much more fundamental way than with technologies before. Why? Because today, AI and algorithms are getting, you know, a leverage and an influence on our life, on our daily life, on our democratic elections, on the very self of human beings, you could argue, you know, with a genomic mapping and all the advances related to medicine and so on and so forth. But to put it with, you know, my 11-year-old girl, algorithm is God, she said one day, you know, and I was like, wow, never thought about it, but we are getting very close to that, you know. And so we are putting ourselves the technological question, the regulation versus competition question, ex-ante ex-post, but more fundamentally, we are questioning, you know, the basic social contract on which our societies are founded. And I think it's interesting to see that the same efforts are taking place in Europe. In Europe, we have not only DMA that was mentioned, but also, of course, the Digital Services Act. And I believe the two should be seen together because they reply to the same basic political and policy rationale of having a safe and accountable online environment for European citizens. And they're both at the same level, more or less, of legislative process. But also in the UK, which is the country where I'm now based in London, you can see that the basic questions, if you talk about, you know, the Digital Markets Unit in the UK, the Competition Authority, if you talk about the online safety debate, online safety bill, the approaches and the basic may differ, but the basic questions are the same. So we need to address these basic questions. And indeed, yes, there is a lot of space for fine-tuning, and there is a lot of space, I believe, for a further debate which will provide, again, a wider legitimacy based on those questions.
Thank you so much. I will now go to the second question and reserve the responses that the panelists might have towards the end in the Q&A, and I hope that both our online audience and the in-person audience will feel free to ask questions about the DMA as well as the other legislation that was just mentioned, such as the DSA. Right now, I will move to an even more current and pressing proposed legislation, the AI Act. And I would like to, just in the interest of time so that we can have a Q&A, I would ask the panelists to kindly try to keep the responses a little bit short, because I think with 3 or 4 minutes each, so that we can have some Q&A towards the end. So, MEP Maydell, in a recent piece for the Parliament magazine just a couple of weeks ago, you lauded the introduction of a proposal for an AI Act, but argued that it does not go far enough in helping companies compete in return for the many obligations expected from them. You were referring to European startups and SMEs in particular. This builds on the draft opinion of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy from March, where, as its rapporteur, you submitted that there is a need to both foster innovation by these companies and, just as you mentioned a little while ago, social trust as well. So to that effect, you advance a suite of recommended amendments to the AI Act, from strengthening codes of conduct for voluntary application to AI systems, to creating an EU AI sandboxing program centrally run by the European Commission. So to use this in terms that I know that Professor Petit has written about before, these can be described as ethical and risk regulation models of AI regulation. So MEP Maydell, could you kindly expand on why social trust is important for strengthening Europe's AI ecosystem in particular, something that you discussed a little bit with respect to the DMA, and explain why you think the regulatory approach you suggest would foster social trust? And Professor Petit and Beatrice Kovasi, what are your thoughts on the importance of social trust for cultivating a more dynamic AI ecosystem in the EU? And do you agree with the regulatory approach that is currently being suggested by the CIRE's draft opinion?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I usually rush through my answers, but I don't know, for some reason I feel like really in peace in that environment, so I'm not rushing that much. I think you summed it quite well. You got kind of like the main areas that I tried to address in the report, in the industry committee, which of course has a more innovation in industry spectrum that it addresses. But again, I'll take a little one step backwards. First of all, you know, within the EU, within the Brussels bubble, and across the world, there has been a discussion and a debate about what should we do with AI from the perspective of policymakers, from the perspective of institutions and different type of bodies. But we are the first ones to be able to put the pen to paper. We would see whether we will be able to build global alliances on what we are going to be producing and engage with our like-minded and transatlantic, but not only partners, democratic allies, I would say, because in the past few years, and particularly in the past 2 months, we understand that it's not just important to put pen to paper and say we are the first ones. I think it takes a little bit of courage to be the first ones, but it also took us a little bit of time to finally come up with the act, which is good, because there were voices advocating we should have done that 3 or 4 years ago, and I think we were not prepared. I hope we are better prepared today. So this is, you know, the first Parliament and the first institutions that are starting to put this global conversation on AI into a legal text. And this is why, as we are in the works, of course, you're the moderator and you've asked for questions. Comments will also be welcomed to hear from your expert views. But so basically with the AI Act, I think the foundation question in front of us that we have put is how to build the social trust, how to build on the ethical and risk regulation model that we are talking about, while not in the same time prohibiting those European companies, SMEs, companies, startups, unicorns to grow, and most importantly, to remain competitive. So this is part of my guiding work on almost every legislation. I call it regulation for innovation. So if we're to regulate, we need to foster innovation. So why is this important, and why social trust? I put such a big emphasis. By the way, it's 1 out of 4 priorities in my report, and you mentioned some of them, because I think the social trust, as I tried to explain before a little bit, is the fabric, we could call it the silicon, that holds our societies together. Because I'm worried that AI, and we have a lot of also policymakers using AI to scaremonger people, because AI could either tear this fabric or it could hold it even stronger together. It could also hold our democratic societies and democratic allies into being competitive, into being dominant in the long run, and not to give in this technology to autocrats and for people that want to see it weaponized. And I think this, in the global context, is very important to pay attention. I do understand that very often, and especially in Brussels for a number of years, the conversation when it comes to AI, it has been mainly focused on bias and fundamental rights. I don't say that's a bad thing. It's an important conversation to have. But we also need to be looking at the vast potential of AI and how it could help tackle problems such as disinformation, which, by the way, our societies are under attack, have been experiencing it for way too long in a very aggressive manner, and especially today, that's the case. But also when it comes to energy efficiency or for the green transition, and so many other areas that we could mention. And this is for me where social trust actually comes in. We simply will not have the level of AI uptake, of AI development that we need for our societies to advance if there is no trust in these technologies. And if we compare it to the trust of technologies 5 or 10 years ago, I think this has fundamentally changed. We need this new impetus of social trust. So just 2 more points before I wrap in order to develop kind of the whole thinking behind. I think this social trust is not just about the individual, it's about global dimension, and it has to be a global social trust. And some of the previous speakers mentioned it also in a different way, that, you know, it's not important that we kind of come up with our own rules. I think it's very clear how the US sees the development of AI. It's largely unrestrained capitalism. It's very clear how China sees it. They heavily invest in it, but it's also linked to mass surveillance. And so where does our competitive advantage lies as EU? And I think it lies in the research capabilities, in our talent, but also in this new model of social trust, which is built on our values, and is this new model of social trust where we trust in technology which has some sort of frameworks that could create the development, that could help the development of this technology. So it would be very nice if we find ways to talk about this with our democratic allies. And finally, I stand behind this approach, but I think it's very important to also not over-regulate. If we do so, the biggest losers will be our European companies, startups, and businesses. Because, you know, it could take us some time to finalize the legislation, but if we scaremonger too much, or if it's going to be too prescriptive, then maybe there will be no companies in Europe left to be, you know, making use of this legislation. legislation. So this is why the principles among social trust for me are, we need to have clear standards, of course, emphasis on innovation again. They have to be standards that are realistic, and the legislation also has to be future-proof as much as that is possible for the time being.
Thank you. Professor Petit, would you?
Of course. So this discussion on the, I think, AI Act is interesting if we compare it to the DMA, in the sense that, as much as the DMA is a very self-assured, self-confident, prescriptive, red lines everywhere around business models, piece of legislation, the AI Act is built on a recognition of the very wide diversity in the risks created by AI systems, of the difference between the organizations deploying AI systems. There's companies in ICT industries, but also in the defense sector, in the agricultural sector, and so on and so forth, and in the methods to control these systems. So, to give you a more straightforward answer, I think the AI Act understands that risks created, social risks created, risks of undermining trust from societies arising from AI systems are very diverse, and they do not have to be dealt with a single uniform regulatory response. And that compares it pretty much to the DMA, which basically defines very broad lines of prescription and prohibitions on business models which are very different, organizations which are very different. The other maybe element that I want to single out here, and this is very clear in MEP Madel's opinion on the AI Act, is that there is a recognition in the opinion that SMEs will not be able to use the systems if they are subject to a GDPR-like type of regulatory regime. Right? So we want to avoid to repeat the spectacular failure of the GDPR in terms of inflicting enormous compliance costs on small businesses. Right? The last thing you want to do is to have a wedding photographer asking for consent to each and every person in the ceremony, or asking whether subjects are agreeable to use of an AI system that will sort the photographs on the server of the developer. So you certainly do not want European businesses to think about complying with legal formalities when they come up with an inventive concept. You don't want this, and I think the work of MEP Madel is a step in an acknowledgement that we want to avoid this.
Great. Could you, within...
I have the pleasure of
yes,
coming last, so this obliges me, again, to be very synthetic. And of course, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on ongoing, legislative proceeding. But as I said at the outset, I mean, and as MEP Madel also underscored, in a way, there is a need for a new social contract, whatever it is, you need to agree on the fundamentals. I was recently in London at a dinner on AI, and the UK hasn't decided yet which way to go. There's a lot of discussions whether they want to introduce legislation or not, whether they want to have codes, how much they want to be prescriptive. But this issue about the new ethical contract, came up very strongly, and the need to have a discussion about that. And as we already mentioned, the facts of Capitol, you can mention many examples, but facts of Capitol Hill, COVID pandemic, Ukraine, the algorithms, and therefore also AI, really have a massive impact on our life and our democratic, life, and on our personal life. Think also of search engines. How much are you empowered to really teach to teach your algorithm, but you don't want to see something anymore. From the most banal things, but maybe you search for a car to hire and you don't want to see again advertising, on car hires for the next 2 months, and this, okay, maybe it's just bothersome. But think if you are a woman and you have lost your child, for instance, and they keep proposing you products for childcare. Or if you had, some other difficult situation, and again, you are not empowered at the moment to teach your algorithm. You're not empowered. Also, if you think about the social media, you're not empowered to get out of your echo chamber effect. You have the impression you're living in a Truman Show sometimes, no? Because you hear opinions only of the people who are of your own political party or sympathies or whatever opinions you have there. So where is the fairness in the debate? Where is your access, to other opinions and to other important information for you? So I think this is a debate that is very, very important to have. Two small other considerations. One about methods and SMEs in particular. I think we do have, if you look at big data, we do have already quite a lot of experience with public-private partnerships in particular. And I was in charge of one a few years ago, which was 500 million euros, but it really showed how you could have SMEs, matching with bigger firms to do some innovation, something really exciting, also in Europe. Sandboxes has been mentioned, I think, and this is really also important. So we do have experience, we do have the instruments, we don't start entirely from scratch on that one. Third, very quick consideration, if algorithms are so important, then you also want to be not only able to influence them, but you want to be able to design them. And I think this is extremely important, especially for one part, which is, of society, which is at the moment very disadvantaged, which are women. According to the latest, EIGE, which is, the European for gender equality in Europe, data in this country, and I speak about my own country, so which is Italy, 76% of experts are IT experts and AI experts are men. So it's obvious that if you don't have a say in the design of the technology, and if you don't have a say in a design of such a fundamental technology, then it's not just a question of bias, it's really a question of being cut off from progress and being cut off from the next steps of your future.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I will quickly go through the third question, and we'll start with Beatrice first to respond, and then we'll go to Nicholas, and then we'll end off with Eva, if that's okay, and then we're going to open up the Q&A. So here I'm going to start with a quotation by Servan Schreiber, who I mentioned in the intro. In his 1967 book, The American Challenge, he made a startling and perhaps prescient observation, especially based on what we've heard so far, about Europe lagging behind the United States in innovation. He said, "What threatens us," to quote, "is not a torrent of riches. The war is being fought against us with dollars, oil, tons of steel, or even modern machines, but with creative imagination and talent for organization." So what are your thoughts on this particular prognosis, that it is a lack of creative imagination and talent for organization that is the current threat in light of the state of the contemporary digital economy, as opposed to the one that he was writing about in 1967 and before? And how can the EU foster creative energies and organizational talents in the digital economy while still strengthening public trust in the firms active in this sector? And I believe you already mentioned a couple of points about having voice, but I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Thank you. Well, if I could have a euro, for each time in 22 years I wrote a briefing starting with Europe is lagging behind, I would be so rich by now. I wouldn't need any other work of, day of work in my life. It has been a constant refrain, a constant, saying we're lagging behind the US, we're lagging behind then China and Asia. We were always lagging behind somebody because mainly of a question of scale, I would say, not certainly for a lack of creativity and, and capable minds, and also for a question of governance, because governing Europe, let's recall it, we are here at the EUI, it's extremely complex. It's 28, now 27 member states, diverse, complex, all very proud in their own positions, and the whole institutional setting, as we know too well, also to pass legislation, it's incredibly heavy, and in that respect, the fact that we found a political consensus, on DMA and DSA in only roughly 18 months, I think it's very telling about the fact that there is a strong underlying, at least, consensus about these legislative pieces. You remember the GDPR, it took at least 8 years to negotiate. and we were always saying we cannot say this because now we are drafting the proposal, then it's out and we cannot comment. The GDPR has a complete different history in European lawmaking. So my point is that we are incredibly sometimes, slow, complex, and heavy to manage in terms of governance as Europeans. Yet I will advance an argument, which I hope our future seminars will be able to prove. We are not yet there. But if you follow me in what I said at the outset about the existentialist almost, difference between the old technology and the new technology and with new technological advances, I really think that the Brussels approach, which is human-centric, let's not forget it, and which always puts our common values at the heart and the human person at the heart, will become, in the long run, a competitive advantage. Because it's something very special that we have on this continent. It's something that is not to be found, elsewhere. And we have seen in several other contexts, like environmental law, consumer law, and other pieces of legislation, how much important it is to have this human-centric approach. So, digital humanism, if you allow me, l'umanesimo digitale, I believe will be our winning, competitive factor, and more, actually, not less and less parts of the world will be looking at us positively.
Great, thank you very much. Yes.
Of course, Marched. During the debate between Marine Le Pen and Emmanuel Macron before the second round of the presidential election, the debate was in French, so I could easily attend it and listen to it. There was a question from a journalist, and the question was, why are Google and other Americans, and why don't we have a Steve Jobs in France? So Marine Le Pen addressed the question head-on, or didn't really address it. She said, we need a European Google. And Emmanuel Macron said, Google was not created by a government, but by entrepreneurs. That's, again, a French word, so I can say it with my own accent. Now, I think he added to this that we would not create these companies by a sort of top-down legal remedy. And he then moved on to say, France is not Europe. France is a small market. We have unicorns. They're very small. We need a European market. So he then went on to expand. President Macron likes to talk a lot and is very pedagogical. And I think what he had in mind is he was criticizing implicitly an assumption which has driven decades of policymaking, which is that the reason why EU tech companies struggle and lag behind American companies and have problems scaling up has to do with problems of the digital sector itself. So we have the DMA, which says the digital organizations called gatekeepers are the problem preventing small European companies to scale. We have the Data Act and the Data Governance Act, which say that we need new institutions and property rights to create markets for digital services. I think what Emmanuel Macron was after is something much more pedestrian, which is that the single market doesn't exist. We have failed on the single market ambition. And you can see that in two dimensions. We don't have a single EU-wide capital market. Firms in Europe face 27 fragmented, segmented capital markets. 80% of corporations in Europe go to a bank for funding. They don't have the options that exist in America in terms of private equity, risk-taking, business angels, and so on and so forth. Or not as much, not to the same extent. The second dimension on which we've obviously failed, and the Commission had adopted a report on that in 2020, is the internal market for goods and services. Firms face too many difficulties when they want to cross a border and set up a business. Now, of course, this is not very appealing to the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal to say that we have failed for 40 years and we need to go pursuing more integration in the markets for goods and services. But the fact is here, Europe is still lagging behind. We have a technological gap with US, Japan, and other countries like Australia and Canada, probably.
Thank you. And would you like to have the final word on this?
Well, just very briefly, maybe just to add, I mean, we still have two single markets, the single market and the digital single market. So until we abolish one and don't call it the digital single market, means the single market is not complete. And I think that's clear for anyone that operates in that tech sphere. Points were mentioned, but I would probably put a little bit an emphasis on the quote you brought forward, because it's been like a leitmotif since I've been an MEP and in Brussels. And in the beginning, I was very much not understood, I have to say, when I would bring in the argument on the importance of talent. And throughout the years, in the beginning, I would be fighting with some of these important members of parliament that have been there for 20 years or so in the parliament. They would say, well, why are you talking about talent? That's a national competence. It makes no sense that we discuss it. But I think that when we talk about excelling in areas such as AI or chip design and so on and so forth, we need to understand that even if we find the resources, even if we put the right framework in place, if we're unable to attract talent, we won't be able to be successful. And there's a number of things we can do, whether it's related to the visa routes and build on these high potential visa routes, whether it's related to encouraging businesses, universities, governments to increase the appetite for this sector, because it's a meaningful sector. It's a sector that delivers, and I think especially the next generation of professionals it does not just care about the paycheck, but cares if they could do something meaningful, something that has purpose. And this is an area that does deliver on that end. And so I would like to see us, helping tackle these shortages through further emphasizing on supporting education, supporting and providing postgraduate programs in the area, whether it's also apprenticeship, training courses, competences centers, and so on and so forth. It's something that also companies need to understand, that, and many companies, of course, invest, but that's usually the big companies because they have the resources. Because what we see in the sector is a fast movement, 4 or 5 years, and then they move on to a different job in a different sector that requires managerial mindset or thinking and so on. So I have seen that this topic has grown within the institutions, within the bubble and beyond. I think it in a way bursted, or member states realize it. But I'm not sure we are strategic enough about it yet, because the same issue is faced by the US, the same issue is faced by China and other competitors. And I don't want to actually call our democratic allies competitors. I would like us to find common ways to address this and other challenges.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And with that, bearing in mind the time, maybe we can go directly to the online questions, if there are any. Dr. Lowry, if you could make it a bit large for our panel to be able to read it. Please, thank you. Perfect. So I'll read it out for the audience here who might not be able to see it. Can the ethical dimension and trust be crucial tools to reverse the discrepancies between EU and China/the US and act concretely on competition? If yes, how? If no, what is missing? This relates very neatly to the point that was just being made right now. So it's also an opportunity for the other panelists to reflect on what MEP Maydell just said. So we can start with Beatrice and then to Nicholas.
Yes, as I said, I mean, before, the ethical dimension, it is really fundamental. Trust is fundamental. We don't have to take for granted that all partners share necessarily the same set of values. Sometimes we think, or we tend to think, we take for granted that there is the same understanding. And also commenting on what has been said, I think let's reflect that it's very telling. It's true, we may have gaps, and we may have aspects where we failed, but I wouldn't use the word fail. I would say, where we missed to build yet, because if you take education, it's a national competence. If you take, capital markets, finance, and a lot of other sectors, it's just a lack of integration yet. I want to see it positively. I think we can build both on, our humanism and our strong ethical take on technology, and on building the next step of European integration exactly to fulfill those gaps.
Thank you very much. And I'll hand it over to...
Yes, sure. That's a broad question. I often go to this trying to put myself in the mindset of an average consumer. And, do I have a demand for more ethical products? I think, the demand for these types of services is very heterogeneous. Some people have a preference for ethical products. People, do not care. As long as we're not in, my perspective on this is, as long as we're not in high-risk applications, much of the kind that were highlighted in the AI Act, employment markets, people with disabilities and minorities, we should probably let market forces cater to these very different demands. And I also think, and that ties to the book of Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, there was a very deep recognition in the book that there was something specific about the values in which Europeans believed at the time. And there was a sort of self-reflection about what is it that we do in Europe that is different from Americans. The book was called The American Challenge, so Servan-Schreiber was looking at America, not China. But the question we have to face today, it's a hard question, is what are the values that we as Europeans believe are singularly Europeans, and we want to protect them, and then act on that. So I don't think it's a matter of competition, it's just more a matter of deontology and ethics and morals.
Would you like to respond to anything that they said? Or otherwise, because we are closing in 2 minutes, I will just wrap up by saying that it has been a pleasure to have both everyone joining us online as well as here in person. I'm not sure if there is anyone in the audience who has a very quick question. Otherwise, I would just like to wrap up today by thanking the panelists. Yes? But could you please keep it brief, because we only have...
Yes, Giuseppe Mazziotti from Trinity College Dublin. I'm Italian, but I work in Ireland. I have a question for all panel members. I agreed with the general reflections from all of you. We believe in regulation in Europe, and we have this Franco-German approach. Professor Petit, I'm sure, agrees with me on this. At the same time, the GDPR is not entirely a success story, in the sense that it shows very clearly that if we don't have a very solid enforcement structure and administrations that are capable of enforcing these very ambitious rules, regulations might be widely ineffective. So do you think that Europe should improve in terms of production of rules, or should probably try to create a more successful level playing field when it comes to the loyalty of the various EU members to the European project? I'm talking from Ireland, also focusing on countries like Ireland that are hugely successful in tech policies, but not entirely loyal to the European project. Thank you.
That would be an object,
Yes.
an object for another panel.
Yes.
And I thank you for the question.
Thank you very much for your question, but unfortunately we are right on time right now at 6:15. But perhaps if the panelists are available, it's possible to speak to them afterwards about this. But thank you very much for your question. And with that, I'd like to thank all of you for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, big round of applause.
What if we could make the European Union better?
What if the Conference on the Future of Europe enables the EU to expand beyond its current 27 member states?
What if the European economy could only be fueled by sustainable and domestically produced energy?
What if European citizens who moved from one member state to another could easily cast their votes in European and local elections where they actually live?
What if European Union becomes a real player in the digital world?
What if we didn't have the euro today?
What if all girls, queer, and people of color had exactly the same chances to become European leaders as white men?
What if the EU becomes a leading mediator in resolving conflicts throughout the world?
What if we could travel from Sofia to Florence in a quick and sustainable way?
What if the EU was able to channel the lessons from the experiences in participatory democracy from around the world at the local and national level?
What if Europe was a solidaristic community of citizens willing to share risks and opportunities among each other?
What if all refugees could be welcomed with open arms?
What if EU member states speak with one voice in security and defense policy matters?
What if we stopped using trade agreements to pursue improvements in labor standards in partner countries?
As academics, our role in making the European Union better is to distill sound proposals from scientific evidence and to try to make the future more predictable for policymakers and citizens alike by comparing behavior, processes, and institutions.
We are contributing to the Conference on the Future of Europe, an initiative of the European institutions, with 300 publications and 30 webinar recordings that cover crucial topics such as democracy, climate change, citizenship, trade, and many more. We support policymakers and citizens in the process of reinventing Europe by providing fundamental research and evaluating possible policy agendas.
Find out more on our website and join the debate on social media.
It's a very interesting democratic experiment, the first of its kind at the level of the European Union, 200
citizens randomly selected throughout the 27 member states. They're going to discuss on the future of Europe and express their opinions about what the future of Europe should be.
Citizens, what they are doing now here is to formulate recommendations for the conference. Recommendations on European democracy and recommendations on values and the rule of law in the European Union. So there are two key issues: how it works or doesn't work the European democracy, how we form, do we need to reform the European democracy, what to do with situations like in Poland and Hungary. All this is debated now by the citizens.
It's very exciting because what we are already witnessing with their orientations from the last session is that there's a lot of democratic imagination. They're coming up with all sorts of proposals that are important for the EU about non-discrimination, about dialogue around the rule of law. And indeed, what's interesting for professors, for academics, is they don't necessarily conform to the kind of mainstream opinion. They have their own ways of saying things.
Esperienza nuova, unica, una forma di democrazia che non mi aspettavo e che spero che continui. Spero che l'Unione Europea crei queste interazioni con i cittadini.
What I hope is come out is that all the different views from citizens in the EU is really being heard to the politicians and the European Parliament and so on, and they really do something with it. Because sometimes I feel that the gap between citizens and the politicians and all the EU people is quite big.
On espère que nos recommandations seront quand même prises en compte, qu'on n'ait pas fait tout ça pour rien et qu'on soit entendu par les élus.
Vedo anche i giovani molto propensi e partecipi. Abbiamo tante idee, tanta voglia comunque di dire la nostra, perché solitamente le persone giovani non sono tanto ascoltate. Invece in questa conferenza i giovani sono quelli che hanno maggiormente la parola, e questo è molto bello, perché sicuramente andremo a delineare un'Europa futura che sarà la nostra. Quindi penso che sia anche importante capire che cosa i giovani vogliono e che cosa ritengono che sia importante cambiare.
I think everybody felt very proud and optimistic seeing the recommendations they worked on all weekend up on the big screen to be voted on. And I think there's a hope that they'll be listened to and not just dismissed. And there's a hope that this will actually be, continued, I think, with further experiments of the same kind. So I think it's interesting that they really explicitly want to have more power and more say in their government, and for the recommendations to have some kind of normative impact as well, and to even have some kind of say in a future constitution for the European Union.
And it's fantastic to see so many people around here. We're an academic institution, but we don't want to be a closed shop. We don't want to be an ivory tower. We want to be open to the citizens, and this is a very good example of what we can do.
The big question is there room for some kind of participatory democracy at the European level? I think this exercise shows, yes, that there is potential. Our role, our modest role in welcoming this panel played a positive role in the process, and that's important.